free. All right, let's see what the sound meters are going to do.
تليفون مخفي يا بوتن بيت بفي نظر أيه طبعا أيه سبب بيرا
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Turn the bottom knob up. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Is it working?
We know this is working. We know this is working.
Unless the battery went out on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
There it is.
Now it's working.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, let's try this again. Good morning, everyone. I'm Larry Masters. I'm one of the original founders of the CakePHP project. I'd like to welcome everyone to CakeFest 2023. We've got a smaller group than usual, but I think it's going to make it a little bit more intimate as a group for us to be able to get in and interact with each other and talk. If you have any questions, we've got a little cube that we're going to ask that you throw around so that you can, when you speak into that, Jorge has that. If you look back there, you can see the cube. We'll throw it to you. It can bounce around. If you drop it, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. But that'll let our live stream people hear you, and also people in the audience, because a lot of times it's hard for us to hear. This is 18 years of CakePHP. This is our 18th year. We're one of the longest, I think we are the longest running PHP framework. We were before the other ones. I know that. There was a big discussion about this a few years ago that somebody created a timeline and they had like CakePHP come out sometime September of 2025 or 2005. It was actually April of 2005. So yeah, but we are one of the longest running ones, and I have a feeling we're going to get another few years, at least out of Mark's story. But again, I thank everybody for coming. This really means a lot to us as a core team to see people show up for this event and just be interested in learning what we have to offer. With that, I'll turn it over to Amanda, and everyone enjoy the day.
It's not very often that we get to hear directly from Larry, so. But yes, welcome everybody. If you're joining us again from yesterday, all of our newcomers, welcome. I'll give you kind of a rundown of the room and everything. And if you're watching from streaming, hello, and they can see us. So everybody wave to everybody. Most people are watching streaming, so our audience here. We can enjoy it together. Don't forget, if you are watching from home, tomorrow, as usual, we will be doing the cake ceremony. So make sure you are prepared and you have your cake at home so you can enjoy it with us, and we'll all be enjoying it here in person. There is a water station in the back. If you need to take a break at any time, feel free to do so. We will take breaks, especially during Kevin's, probably in the middle or so. Take a quick break because I know it's a long time to sit. We will be doing some giveaways today. I have the infamous elephants. I had a few to bring with us, so we will be giving those away today and tomorrow. As Larry said, if you do have questions, if you can just raise your hand and give us some time to give you the cube mic. That way everybody at home can hear the questions as well and interact with us. Make sure you are in that CakeFest channel in the CakePHP Slack, because we will be doing the trivia and the giveaways there, plus you can ask questions. We'll be following the questions on our YouTube channel as well, so if you have a question there, you can ask our speakers. Really quick, all of our sponsors, Cake Development Corporation, Passbolt, an awesome password manager. We actually use it at CakeDC. ZuluCloud, which you will get to know more about today with our keynote speaker, SwiftCode's API, Mark Software, CUDIP, Technoport, that is hosting the event with Passable in Luxembourg. So thank you to all of our sponsors, but now we are going to get into the workshop. We kind of did a hybrid day today. You probably, if you are a subscriber to the CakePHP YouTube, you've seen his face. He's been doing a lot of our training videos, thank goodness, because we needed that. But he is a core developer, puts in a lot of hours, a lot of time, and we are so thankful for him. So please welcome Kevin Pfeifer.
All right.
All right.
Let's try again a little bit with a lower volume. Well, thank you, Amanda, for the introduction, and thank you, everyone, for being here in LA. It's also already been quite the journey for me as well, getting here, but it's awesome seeing you all in person here, and also, of course, those watching from home will always see each other in the Slack channel when we're in the support channel. But what we're going to do today in our workshop is something I think is very important and very fundamental to how you can use CakePHP, and will be very useful to many of you if you're not already used to how to do an API sync into CakePHP, as well as testing these kinds of external API responses in your framework and in your testing, so that you don't have to call all these APIs over and over again whenever you're running your tests. So yeah, Amanda already said quite a few things about me, but just so if you don't already know who I am Kevin Pfeifer. I'm a web developer in Austria at the company Sunlime. Hi guys, I know you're watching from Austria at the evening right now. My main work is primarily WordPress and Drupal because, well, those are paying the bills. CakePHP, we have some CakePHP projects, but there are only a few in between. I started using CakePHP 3 in 2017 and developed it since. I fortunately joined the core team in December 2021 when Mark Story suddenly out of nowhere for me just contacted me and said, hey, dude, how about you just join the core team? You're doing so much. Why not just get in touch with all the other guys and get all the core dev working? So I'm very grateful for that and having been given this opportunity. And yeah, last year I started with the CakePHP tutorial series because I thought for all the new beginners, of course, our documentation is quite good and quite elaborate, but still there's so much to the framework and so much minute details in all kinds of things that just having a YouTube video tutorial was something I thought would be pretty useful for all the new beginners to CakePHP. But let's go into the workshop. So what are we going to learn today? So we are going to read all publicly available repositories from the CakePHP organization from GitHub. We're going to sync them into our app via first the GitHub PHP SDK and the CakePHP HTTP client. And then we are also doing an alternative version with the custom client class wrapper around this GitHub PHP SDK and HTTP client because of testing. You will know why later when the workshop is near the end. Then we are going to learn how PHP Unique works and how it's connected to CakePHP. And finally, establish patterns how to test either approaches at the top, so you also are able to test these kinds of API responses even if you are offline. So let's get our basic setup running. So first of all, what I've already created is under my GitHub is I've created a repository. CakeFest 2023 live, I've called it. It's just an empty repository right now. And I've already checked it out here. So this is just the empty repository. I'll just enter the presentation mode, then you will see more. PHP Storm is weird with these kinds of windows. Well, let's just open a terminal directly. No, I want to have it in here. Sorry. I'll get that running. There it is. So here is my empty repository, and we'll just do the usual CakePHP composer create project, CakePHP app. I'll stick with the 4.4 version for now, because depending on how much time we have at the end of the workshop, I may or may not do a showcase of our upgrades tool, so you know how it should work and how it should behave. Yeah, it is not empty, sure. Then let's just do it in an app folder. Is move everything from the app folder to here. All right. So we have our basic CakePHP app. We can, as seen already by the other workshops yesterday, start our development. So which should only be used for development. You should never use this kind of web server provided by CakePHP or by PHP itself as a live production version. But as we can see now, okay, I'm running PHP 8.2, but we still don't have a database connection by default. The reason for that is that we are going to use the aforementioned feared app_local PHP, because I personally like to use this app_local PHP for these kinds of environment-specific files. You can, of course, use environment variables, but in my personal experience, I just prefer to use this file and put all my configs for the production test and local environment in there. So we are going to use an SQLite database for our default data source. So we can just write that here, driver, cake, database, driver, SQLite. As you can see, PHP Storm already knows what I want to do. There's quite a bit of auto-completion and general developer experience features I would recommend, or I would definitely encourage if you have, if you want to have a little bit of a better editor experience, to check out PHP Storm. But here I'll just use app SQLite.free, and the same configuration for our test data source, because we're going to do testing later today, just with the test name for the database, or for the test file. So now if we refresh, we can see, okay, CakePHP has established a database connection, and we can see we have an app SQLite.free file, and we are not having the SQLite-free test file because we haven't run any testing. So now that we've established our base app, let's go just commit that. So git add, git commit, git initial commit, quotes, thank you. I don't need that message. And just push that up. All right. I always recommend that you do your app development inside of a Git repository. It doesn't have to be on GitHub, it just needs to be in your local repository as well, just so that you have some sort of versioning and you know when things happening, when are things changing, either via bin, cake, bake, or something else. But let's talk about our schema and what we are going to try, what we are trying to do today. So let me go to my slides. There they are. So we have a schema ready for you to copy and paste. I will just link that in the CakeFest Slack channel, so you can download that. I'm amazed by WordPress. And let's just see what we have in here. So this is just, let me make it a bit bigger. This is just the default CakePHP migration, which we already saw yesterday in our in the other workshops as well. So we'll just create that migration in here. You can also run bin, cake, bake, migration initial. Actually, let's just do that. Bin, cake, bake, migration initial. Then we get our initial migration in here, and I'll just copy paste that here. I'll switch my language level to, okay, PHP Storm, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, here as well. Before we're checking out what is happening in here, let's just generally think about our database schema. And this is now DB diagram. Nope. I personally love this tool. If you haven't, or if you don't already know what this is a free database schema tool which you can use to build and design your schemas. So here we have CakeFest 2023. And this is basically just the two tables we are working here today. So we have repositories. One repository usually has a name, which is unique. The URL behind that repository, so we can link to whatever we are trying to do. Some number of forks, some number of open issues, an external identifier, which will be very important for us for the syncing, and just the usual created and modified date time columns, so we know when things are changed and when things are happening inside of our application. Connected to the repositories are branches. This just only has a name, but this is just our general database schema, I would say, we're working here with today. So I just transferred that into the usual CakePHP migration schema or the migration syntax, where this is basically just the same, just so that we can work with that. So then we can do migrations, migrate, and now we have our tables present inside of our SQLite app file. So I can also look into that here as well. So if we go into main tables, we have here branches and we have here repositories. So this should be pretty straightforward. And now let's do our slides again. So next up, we are going to, okay, we already migrated, but also we are baking all of our templates as usual. So we have our CRUD application ready, as we all are pretty used to, I would say. So if we then go into our application and say repositories, without the typo, repositories, yeah, we have our usual suspect. So now to the actual sync implementation. GitHub itself has a REST API, of course, but you would have to implement all these kinds of separate REST endpoints yourself. And usually, someone else on the internet provides an SDK with a little bit more of a developer experience and user experience finesse behind that. So if I just go GitHub SDK PHP, we can see there is an KNP Labs package, which has like 7.8 million downloads, so it should be pretty good and pretty stable, I would say. So let's just use that. Here in the quick install guide, it says that we need Guzzle and an HTTP factory. We don't need that because as the requirements state here, we only need a PSR 17 and PSR 18 implementation. And as our luck may be, CakePHP is PSR 17 and PSR 18. So we don't need any of these sub-dependencies, we just need the API implementation directly. So we'll just copy that composer command, copy paste it in our terminal, let it install its HTTP discovery plugin, and that's basically just what we need to do to install the package. So let's now go into the implementing part of the sync. So I like to do rapid development just with a very ugly and very stupid repositories controller action, so we can just call it via URL, test if everything works as we are expecting, and then later can refactor it into what we are trying to do and what we are trying to achieve with our application. So at the bottom of our repositories controller, I'll just create a sync method. I also can't write on this keyboard like Mark Story. And let's just check the documentation of the GitHub PHP SDK of what we actually need for doing these kinds of operations. So all we really need is create a GitHub client from another HTTP client. And this other HTTP client is exactly what we are using from CakePHP. So I'll just copy paste that one line and let PHP Storm auto import the GitHub client. This is just at the top here. But for me or for the whole workshop, I'll just rename that to something more useful like GitHub client. So this is just now an alias for this client class. And the HTTP client we want to provide is the HTTP client from Cake. And we are also, will you let me automatically create an alias? No, you don't. Okay, sure, then let's do it manually. Cake client. All right. So now, for all those who are following me with this implementation, I will like you to create your own GitHub API key for now, because by default, GitHub only allows 60 requests per 1 hour, and we will sync a little bit more than just 60 requests now in this workshop. So you can follow me here. You can go to your GitHub, you can log in, and then just go to your settings. In your settings at the bottom, the very bottom, there's developer settings. Personal access tokens, fine-grained access tokens. I already have a CakeFest 2023 token in here. Let's just create a new one. Yes, I have two-factor authentication, of course, as everyone else should have. One password, please go away. Thank you. All right. CakeFest 2023 live. expiration day, 7 days, I don't care. Anything else, you don't need to specify any other specific account permissions or whatever. So just generate the token, and now we have our token in here. This token will be very important. So what I look to do for API keys is create a separate config value for that. So inside of our config app_local PHP at the bottom, I usually like to create an API section and just call that GitHub. Did I call it here? This, yeah. And just copy paste that in here. And that's all we need for now. So then we have to tell the GitHub PHP SDK how to use this kind of token with our username. So there's an authenticate method. In there, the first parameter is our token or login. So for me, it is my GitHub username. So at the top here, you can see that. And as the second parameter, we will give it our API key. And this is where we import our configure class and we read our API.GitHub, like we just called it here, all uppercase API. So this is our API key now. And the third parameter for that, you can all check that out in the documentation as well. I'll just add it here via PHP Storm. All right, so now the GitHub SDK client now knows that we want to use our token, and now we can do our first query to the API. So let's do client API repo and all. And just what I like to use is PR for debugging purposes. And let's just see what comes out of this. So repositories/sync. And we can see we already get quite the amount of results in our application. So let's just check with our database schema. We have our name, we have our URL. The URL is right here. We have our forks. The forks are at the bottom. And yeah, but as you can see now, well, we're basically now querying everything from GitHub. We're not querying just the CakePHP, the CakePHP repositories. So what we have to do is tell it that we don't want all, we want just the organization. CakePHP. Check that. Now we only get CakePHP specific repositories, and these are a little bit more handleable, or a little bit more, little less from an amount perspective. So then next up, we'll check the repository. Now we have the repositories. We also need the branches from the API. So for the branches, if we look up in the documentation, there is a separate method for that. So let's just extract that repo service into a separate variable, use that here, and then let's just say first repo is results1, so the first element in that array, and then let's just check the branches, repo service branches. To get auto-completion for that, you can also add a dynamic dynamic PHP documentation at the top of your variable, because in here it's just an abstract API, but we know what we need here, because this is a repo. So we can here now say this is a GitHub API repo, and now we get auto-completion for these kinds of methods which are present in the repository service from the SDK. So now here the first param is again the username, but the username of the repository we want to sync. And this is the repository name we actually want to get the branches from. So this is just then first repo, and if we look into our results, we just want to use the name at the top. So let's PR that again and check what kind of branches we get. Good. So the 2x, the 3x, the 4x, and the 5x. But as we can see here, we don't have any real unique identifier for these branches because, well, one repository can have multiple branches, and each branch is always connected to one repository. So, okay, we now have everything we need to write these data into our application. So let's just see how we can do that. First of all, let's go back to our repositories. We are checking if the result is not empty, because if the result is empty, well, the GitHub API had something wrong. For each, the result as a repo. And then later we will deal with that. So the first thing we need to do is create our repository data or repository entity data, which we want to create in CakePHP. What I like to do here is create a data array with just the name, which is our repo name. This is just, let's just go back to what we had before. Don't need the branches right now. Go back to here. We start 0. Oh. Yes. Yeah, we also have a missing template for the sync method, sure, but I don't mind that right now. So we have our name, which we want to sync. We have our URL, which is our HTML URL right here. We have our forks, which is called forks count. We have our open issues, which is called open issues count. And finally, we have our external ident, which we do have for the repository data, because at the top we have an ID. And we'll use that as well for our application. So now the next thing we need to check is, do we already have this entity in our application or not? So let's check if this repositories find where, and now let's just check our schema again. We have an external ident column. So we say where external ident is equals to our data external ident. I'll just usually like to use my own field names here as well. You can of course just use repo ID here as well. It's just, I like to use it this way. And check if we can get an entity from that via the first method. If this repo entity is not an instance of repository, we know that we don't have it. So just again, for everyone who doesn't, who is not used to PHP Storm, it just automatically does all the use statement imports at the top. I know VS Code also has some kind of plugin for that, so you can auto import all your use statements and get auto completion for that. But for me, it's just, it automatically handles that for me. So if we don't have a repo entity in our application, we need to create one. So we say repo entity, these repositories, create a new entity. And then no matter if we already had an entity or if we now just created one, we will always just patch the repo entity with the new data which we just retrieved from the API. So we'll patch our entity, repo entity with our data. And finally, the usual thing, we need to save it. So repositories, save repo entity. If we can save it, we are happy. And if we can't save it, well, usually I like to add some logging to this as well. So let's import the CakeLog class here and just add a warning, could not save repo entity, and just for keepsakes that we know what actually happened in the repo entity, I just usually like to print R the repo entity as a whole, because it already contains all the errors and all the data for what is happening in the entity. So you can easily recreate and debug when something is happening and something is not saving. So doing this will probably sync all currently public repositories. So if we go back now to our application and trigger the sync and disable the PR because we don't need the PR anymore, we can now see that we should only get the missing template error. Well, okay, sure. Let's just fix that missing template error. That's just annoying. So let's just go into our repositories template folder, sync PHP. And say, yay. Let's just sync again. And now we just get yay. Okay. But if we go back to our repositories, we can see, all right, we have 30 repositories synced into our application. So, okay. Now, the problem is we just now have synced the repositories, but we haven't still yet synced the branches, and we basically need to do the same thing for the branches. But this implementation here in the controller is as far as I personally like to go as a controller implementation, and therefore we are going to refactor. We're going to put that into a separate service class and just use it inside of our controller to sync our data. So therefore, we'll go into our source directory, create a services folder, and create a new file called repository sync.php. In there, the usual stuff, declare strict tabs. If you don't know what strict tabs are, you should definitely look into that, because I still don't know why PHP doesn't offer some kind of ini setting or something globally available. We always have to define that at the top of each PHP file. Please, PHP developers, let us just get rid of that one line in every PHP file. It would be awesome. But anyway, we are in here in a specific namespace, of course, inside services. If you don't know what namespaces are, I've talked about that 2 years ago. Basically, just so that we can define multiple classes and have a more structured auto-import functionality in Composer, if you don't know. But the whole CakePHP application and ecosystem is built around namespaces. But yeah, if we now create repository syncs, just a basic class without extending anything or whatever, we are just creating a public function, which is called sync. It doesn't return anything, so let's just do it void. And I can basically just copy-paste everything we have in here into our sync method. Let PHPStorm auto-import our classes and our already established class aliases. But now we can see that we have a bit of a problem. Well, inside of a controller, you usually have access to these repositories, which is the table instance for the repositories. Now, in PHPStorm, of course, this says, well, repositories is not found in this class because we have now created a new class. How do we get the repositories table inside of our repository sync? And this is where the locator aware trait from CakePHP comes in. So this trait allows us to import and create table instances inside of our service classes. So a trait needs to be put below the class definition, so it's not like a use statement at above, but it's a use statement inside the class. It's a bit of confusing because both have the use statement, but traits are inside classes and use statements for class imports are outside of class definitions. So, all right, so what can we do with that? Well, what I usually like to do is whenever we construct this repository sync object, which we will do in the controller later, I will like to add a property here to this service class as well. So I usually do private repositories. Why is PHPStorm not auto-completing? Repositories. I know why, because the PHP level was not set correctly. All right, so this is just a private property inside of our class, basically the same as we have available inside of our controllers, but by default, it doesn't have anything in it. So there is no table instance already present in there. Therefore, we have to load the table instance inside that property via, and now you can use either way. You can use fetch table and say repositories. This will work. So now whenever the object gets constructed, we get the table instance here, but you can also use get table locator and then get repositories. It's the same thing, it's just two different methods. If we later can go on into static analysis, this will properly tell PHPStorm and static analysis that the repositories table is being returned. I usually like to do it like this in my service classes, but you can use either way. You can also use fetch table. It just works fine as well. So now repositories is now defined. The repositories is now available. How do we use that now inside of our controller? Well, we now don't need anything in here at all. And let's just do it the old-fashioned way and create that service class manually. So I'll just say service equals new repository sync. And service sync, because we defined that as a public method in here. So now, if we go back and say sync, it still does the sync. Everything works fine. We still get yay. We have no errors. Everything works as before. But now our controller is very much more readable and very much more reusable for other methods. We just have this implementation here. All right, so then now we can go to what we wanted to do before and do our branches sync. And this I usually like to do for as a private method, because usually you can't sync branches by itself. You always have to have some sort of repository associated with it. So I'll just let the sync here handle everything, and here we have just sync branches as a sub method, so we don't have everything inside of one method. So to get a little bit along, I'll just copy paste that from my already working example. This is this here. So you don't have to watch me type all of this again. Yeah, I have to provide the repositories, argument, and this will be for later. All right. Now we need to have access to the repo service here for the branches, for the repositories, but we also need to have access to this object in the branches as well. So we need to get that out into some more class-specific scope. So I'll also just use repo service, a property for that, and we'll just move that inside of our controller and say this repo service is now our repo service. Yeah, you don't like that from a static analysis thing, but I don't care. Repo service, all right. So here we then just say this repo service. We also need the branches table instance now, of course, so we can just separate that out here as well. Copy paste that property, branches table, branches. Do the same thing. And now we just need to call the method this sync branches with our repo entity. So whenever we are successfully saving or updating a repository, we also create or update the branches which are connected to that repository. So one thing I would like to ask you now, if you just look at this implementation we have here for the repositories, is do we handle all the edge cases which could happen in API sync implementations, I would say, or what kind of problem could we run into here? Sorry? Yeah. Conflicts, yeah. We are also not really deleting anything. So what happens if we, in the CakePHP organization, just decide to delete some of our repositories, even though, yeah. Usually that shouldn't happen that often, but yeah, we still have some problems in here. So let me just go to my slides, because exactly what happens if a branch or a repository is deleted from GitHub? We don't handle that. What happens if we manually add a branch on our side, because currently it's just a CRUD application, and execute the sync? Nothing would really happen. And what happens if the API returns an error or even nothing. If the JSON is just empty, then it would do nothing here as well. So we need to refactor. All right. So the first thing we are going to do for the repositories is establish some kind of array where we know what kind of IDs we have already touched and what kind of data we have already synced. So we say touched repo IDs. I just like to call it touched, but you can call it whatever you like. But here it's just the touched repositories. We now know here, okay, whenever we go into this for each, we add to the touched repositories ID the repo ID, or to be consistent with what we said before, just the external ident from the data. And now, at the end of our for each, so let's just go here and then here. We don't need this anymore. After we have synced all of our repositories, we now need to check which IDs we have touched and which IDs we have still available inside of our application. So we can say if not empty, touched repo IDs. We're going to check which entries we have inside of our database. So we can say db entries, this repositories find. And now I'll use a pre-existing finder from CakePHP, which is the list finder. So the list finder will, instead of giving you a whole entity for each row, it will just return the ID and the value field which you can provide here. So I'll say here the value field I want to have back is my external ident. And if we just look at that for a bit, db entries. It's taking quite a bit. It's just defined. We haven't executed the query, so let's just say all and then to array. I don't mind. You can also just leave the all. The to array directly from the query also works. But as you can see here now, these are our 30 repositories and their external idents we have inside of our application. So now what we need to do is create a diff of this array. So we say array diff from our DB entries to what is currently present inside of our touched repo IDs. And now if there is a diff, then we need to delete these kinds of repositories. So we can then again for each over this and say item ID is the item external ID, and then just say we fetch our repo entity. You can of course also use delete all from the table instance method, but delete all has its own problems if you're hooking into the ORM and you're using some custom before delete hooks or trying to delete all the associated data within. So I usually just fetch the entity and delete it manually as usual. So I'll just say repo entity is this repository's entity. We fetch our item ID, and then just say log info will log here something as well. Just say sprintf deleted repository. I can't type today. and just say repo entity. The name should be fine for us to just log. So, and then finally, of course, execute the repositories, delete the repo entity. All right. So if we just want to test that, we'll go back to our CRUD application, just say CakeFest, something 1, 2, 3. All right, we now have at the end our CakeFest entry, and if we now go back to our sync and redo our sync, shouldn't be that long. We get our yay template, and if we now sync our index again, we have now deleted successfully our entity which we manually created before. And also if we look into our logs, debug log, we can see we deleted our repository CakeFest, just so that we know when things happening and what is happening. Now we of course need to do the same thing for the branches. So let me just, or yeah, it's kind of already in here because I copy pasted it, because branches are synced here. We have our touched branches variable in here, but we have a little bit of a catch here for the branches, because as we established before, the branches don't have an external ident. So we can't do really the find where external ident inside of our database and inside of our application. So we have to do some sort of concatenated ID for our branches sync. And so therefore, I'll say, okay, the connected repository with a dash in between and then the name of the branch is my new unique identifier. And therefore, if I can find a branch which has the specified name and has the repository ID connected to it, then I will sync it and as well delete it down here. As you can see here, the value field also allows us to do a callback function where you can where you are provided the entity of what you're trying to retrieve. So here we are retrieving branches as a list, and the branch entity which we are trying to process also can be used here to build our unique identifier for the deletion part here as well. But yeah, I would say it's basically just the same as the repository sync, just with the branches and with a little bit of a catch for the external ident. But yeah, that should all be pretty clear. So before I'll go forward, let's just make sure is everyone on board in here, or are there some questions? Anything to add? All right. So then we'll go into my personal favorite topic, which is testing. So many of us surely have been in this situation where you have to implement something and just be quite a bit of under pressure to just get something done, but still for long-lived applications, it's very fundamental and very crucial, in my opinion, to have tests and to automate tests for these kinds of things. So what we are trying to do now is here, for everyone who has no idea what PHP unit is and has no idea how it is connected to CakePHP, I will show you step from step how the steps are, or how the PHP unit works, how it's connected, and how we can test what we have established previously now with our API implementation. So to get that basic thing started, I'll just stop. This is the live version. I'll just go here.
Alec Daves.
I'll need my terminal. There it is. All right, let's just stop our development server and let's just create some folder which is called PHP unit test. And in there, I'll just do a very simple, very basic composer require PHP unit / dev. So we just create a very, very minimal set. No, compared to you want to? No, I want to do it here. A very minimal setup for PHP unit. So in here, we just have a composer JSON with just this contents in here and just the vendor folder with all the PHP unit dependencies in here. So what does PHP unit expect by default? Well, it expects, as we also have in CakePHP, a test folder. And inside the test folder, I'll just create a very simple app test.php. This needs to be a class. And according to the PSR autoloading standards, it also has to be the same name as the file name. But the catch here is we need to extend the test case class provided by PHP unit. So now I'll just use the PHP unit one to have a very simple and very basic example in here. And just go public function test live. And just say, okay, this assert true. This is a very, let's just say, very stupid test, of course, because we're just making sure that true is true. But how do we execute these kinds of tests? And these kind of tests can be executed via the vendor bin PHP unit executable, which automatically gets installed whenever you have PHP unit installed in your application. And I have to go into the folder. I'm in the folder. Technical difficulties. So, should everything fine? You? Should be okay. Okay. All right. So let's get back. We tried to execute PHP unit, but it doesn't do anything because we need to specify that we want to test our app test file. Okay. It should work. Okay. Improvisation. All right. But yeah, what I wanted to explain here is that there is a difference between tests being executed Should be fine. All working again. Mics are not reaching in our ears anymore. All right. So what I tried to explain before was how PHP unit works in general and what the difference is between tests and assertions. Well, as established before, we just have a very simple, stupid test and assertion here. This is our test, this is our assertion. But as you may already know, you can also have multiple assertions inside one test. So if we say assert false and do that test again, we now see we have executed one test and two assertions. So just so you know what these kinds of differences are. PHP unit has all kinds of assertions baked in by default, like comparing strings, comparing arrays, checking classes, checking directories, whatsoever. But this is still not enough because we inside CakePHP also need some very specific CakePHP assertions, and this is what we're going to do next, because we can now just remove the PHP unit test folder and check in on how PHP unit is connected to CakePHP. And this is what this phpunit.xml.dist file does inside of your app template, which is generated by default. And the two main parts in here are the bootstrap arguments or the bootstrap attribute here inside this XML document, because this tells PHP unit before it does any tests or before it does anything else, it has to execute what is present inside of our tests bootstrap PHP. And this is the CakePHP specific bootstrapping part which needs to happen so that your application can be tested with PHP unit. You don't have to understand everything in here. The main part you will, or the main things you need to know is that we are loading the autoloader. We are loading our own bootstrap config file, so just the same as a normal web request or a normal CLI command would load the bootstrapping method in here. The tests also do that. And the last thing in here is that we are running the migrator. Well, okay, what is the migrator? As we established before, we have set up our tests data source in here as an SQLite database as well, because CakePHP doesn't test on the same data source as your usual app runs, because in general this is not really a good practice. I would say that you want to run your tests on your live production database or run your tests on, something like that. So usually you have a copy of your database or your database schema at least for your testing purposes. And so that whenever this test data source is either being removed or redone or whatever, the migrator in here in the tests bootstrap PHP makes sure that your test schema is set up correctly, just like your app schema. So this just basically runs the same as we did before with bin-cake. Let's just go out here. Bin-cake migrations migrate. It's just the same thing, only for the testing database. And now, with that out of the way, we have established that PHP unit knows that it needs to execute this bootstrap PHP. It knows that it has to set up the schema via our migrations. And then we also have a test suite in here which tells it, okay, our app test suites or our app test cases are located inside of our test cases folder. And these are just some basic simple boilerplate testing files which are generated by default. So if we just execute vendor bin PHP unit inside here, we can see, okay, there are already 23 tests. We can see 23 assertions. and 13 of these are marked as incomplete because we will go into these later, and we will fix that as we go along. The other important part here, and this is the old PHP unit extension for CakePHP 4, is that the fixtures are set up here in the PHP unit XML as well. This is needed because, as you can see here in the test fixture folder, we have sort of demo data present inside of our test database. So in here you can sort of play around or add new records to your database, to your testing database, if you need something specific inside of your testing environment. I personally usually like to use fixture factories for larger applications, because then you can just remove all these fixtures from CakePHP, but I will not go into detail about the fixture factories. It's just something I would like you to recommend and to look into if you want to go further with that. But yeah, the fixtures, if we stick with that, are loaded inside of, let's go into our branches controller. At the top of our branches controller test, we have a property called fixtures, and these fixtures are just loaded whenever a test is being executed inside of our branches controller test. And all these other tests are just these which are marked as incomplete, which you can see down below. But before we fix our branches and repositories controller test, let's go into our pages controller test. And the pages controller test has just some simple tests in here which you can use to understand and check out how CakePHP specific methods work for PHP unit, because as you can see here, I just executed now the tests for the pages controller test, and all of them are green. So what exactly is happening in here? We're setting our debug value to true by inside of this test, and we are fetching the get response from our pages home directory, which is, of course, just the same thing as we can see here. Okay, I didn't start the server, bin cake server. So this is the same as going to pages home. This is the same page. And so we're just making sure that whenever we are doing a GET request to this URL, we are getting a 200 response back, and the output contains an HTML and CakePHP text inside there. The same goes for non-existing pages, where we can, instead of saying assert response okay, we can say assert response error, because, well, a non-existing page should return an error in our application and should contain some type of text which indicates that this is an error. The same goes for if we are in debug mode, but in debug mode we want to have a little bit more debug information, so we also assert that the output of the response contains stack trace and a non-existing PHP file, because, well, this is something we try to always help people get an understanding of how CakePHP works, and here we just say, confirm you have created the following file, pages not existing file in one of the following paths. Could be that you wanted to do that, but also maybe it was just a typo in your URL. But yeah, you can also assert specific response codes if you want to do that. But yeah, let's now go into our controllers and fix our controller tests. So inside of our repositories controller, we have a very simple boilerplate test, but all we have here are all the CRUD operations, which are baked automatically, like the test index, test view, test add, test edit, and test delete. And now we're going to implement these methods so that at least these are not marked as incomplete anymore. So for a usual test index method, all you have to do is get the get the URL. Now, there are two ways how you can do that. You can either just hard code the URLs to the controller methods, so like repositories, and just say, okay, this assert response, okay. And if we now just copy that path and say vendor bin PHP unit to that specific file, to that specific test file, we can now see, okay, the first test didn't error. Talking about errors, let's just do something which should not work. Here you can see that the first test failed because we have a red F here. We can see there was a failure, and we get a whole exception trace in here as well if you want to debug whatever is happening in your tests. I didn't show that before, but yeah, it should be pretty straightforward and pretty self-explanatory how this works. So yeah, let's go back to fixing our tests. So the other variant for specifying these kinds of URL, and the one I usually also prefer, is using our array URL structure, which you're used to in templates. So you can also say controller repositories and action index. And this also works. The benefit behind this is that all your URL structures are now just present inside of your config router, and you don't have to manually add all these kinds of URLs to your templates and to your tests and whatever. Just use I would recommend to just use the URL array structure in here and leave all the actually publicly available URLs inside of your routes. All right. So the next thing is the index. They said the index is the view. So here we say just view, and well, we established that inside of our fixtures, we should have one entry with the ID 1 inside of our repositories database table. So we can make sure this is working as well. Then a little bit more complicated one, the adding things. Well, adding first and foremost is not just a GET request, it's a POST request, of course. We are posting to the add action, and we need to add some data to this POST request. So here we just say name tests, or let's just copy paste this. And let's just say live cake, testing, forks 1, 2, 3. And after this post has been done, usually what we do after adding an entry, we're not returning a 200, we are returning a redirect to the index page. So we are asserting that a redirect is present, and here we can do the same thing as we do in GET and POST requests. So you can say controller, repositories, action, index. So with that, we're making sure that submitting a new repository is saving and that it is redirecting. Well, but we're not really making sure that the entry is actually present inside of our database. Okay, what is wrong? Yes, I left that out I left that out on purpose. Well, as we heard yesterday from Jorge, CSRF is default enabled in CakePHP. Therefore, doing these kinds of post requests to our test application in PHP unit without a CSRF token doesn't really work, because as we can see in the error, missing or incorrect CSRF cookie type. It's like we're doing evil site hacking, something like that, because we don't have a CSRF token. Well, to make this as easy as possible for you to enable CSRF tokens in your tests, there is an enable CSRF token method, and this is all you need to do so that your tests are working again. You just have to provide the data which is actually needed for your post action to work, but the CSRF, and the same goes for if you're using this the form protection enable security token is also present here as well if you're using the form protection component to make your forms more secure. Well, as said before, we are just asserting that we are redirecting to the index page because, okay, sure, we can expect if we are redirected to the index page that it is being saved because there is no error, but still, I personally like to also make a query that the new entity is really present inside of our database, in our test database here. So I'll just say we fetch our repositories table. This is the same thing as we did before inside of our service class because CakePHP test classes also have the locator aware trait present. So you can call get table locator. We can get our repositories table instance here as well. We can say we fetch our query and say repositories find where name equals to whatever we specified at the top. And then just say assert. Well, okay, it can do it in all different ways, but I can just say assert equals 1 to query count. There are other ways for doing that as well. But now if we re-execute this as well, we have an additional assertion inside of our test. And now we are also making sure not that the test is, that the add method is redirecting, but it also is saving our entity inside of our database. This is something you will have to get a feeling around how much assertions and how detailed you want to structure your tests. This all depends on how you structure your code and what is being implemented inside of these actions behind your controller. But usually at least 1 to 2 assertions is, I would say, the minimum you will have to do. But yeah, so this is the add working. As we know, add and edit are nearly the same, just a little bit different because now we are calling the edit action on our already established entity from our fixture. So this is the entity 1. We are updating the same data as before. We are making sure that we are redirecting again, and we're making sure that this new entity is now present inside of our database, and this also works just as expected. The final thing, or the final action we need to implement is now the test delete. So in here, we are also just doing the same thing here, just with a delete. And this is also a post. Well, by default, as you should know, the delete method doesn't use the HTTP delete method, but instead it's also just the post method. So you'll have to use the post method in here. And here we actually just make sure that we are redirecting because there isn't, well, we could make sure that no entity is actually present inside of our database. So let's just say asset redirect to our controller repositories, action index, and let's just make sure that our database is actually empty after that. All right. So now we have fixed all the pre-configured tests from CakePHP, which have been marked as incomplete. Well, this doesn't mean that we have done all the testing which is necessary to get what what some might say the holy grail of 100% code coverage. Therefore, if we just look into our repositories controller and just look at the delete method, we can see, okay, we have an else branch in here if the repository delete fails. Well, okay, our current application just deletes everything that is present and everything that there are no restrictions currently present inside of our application to make this deletion fail for our purposes. So what we have to do here now is something called mocking. And mocking is probably not really a fan for someone or some others, but what mocking really is just we are pretending that we are the table instance and saying that whenever the delete method is being called, we are returning false. We are not actually executing anything behind that method, but we are just trying to say, okay, what happens if the delete method happens inside of our test? So what do we have to do to establish that? Well, we are getting a mock from CakePHP. We say get mock for model. We want to have the mock for the repositories table because this is the thing we are using inside of our repositories controller. And we need to specify what kind of methods we want to mock and we want to, well, let's say override, not to say mock the whole time. So we need to override the delete method inside of our table instance. Now, this just returns a mock instance for us. This doesn't really tell the mock what to do when this is actually being called. So you'll have to say it to the mock, well, expect that this is called once, and by this we mean the method delete, and whenever this method delete is called, you will have to return false. This is a bit of a weird syntax, of course, I would say. You will have to get used to how you define mocks inside PHP unit, but this is the current way of how you have to handle with mocks. And this is the way how you tell it whenever this is called here, it should return false. So all we have to do really now is call again repositories delete on our existing entity, but now, well, we have a problem. We are not redirecting, we are redirecting, but the only difference we can now see is that we do a flash error instead of a flash success. Well, of course, we have a helper method for that as well. So we have assert flash message, and we just assert that this flash message is being called whenever this is being done. And now, if we re-execute our tests, this also works as well. So this is, I would say, the main thing how you can get started with CakePHP testing, and the most important stuff, how you can get things connected inside of your tests. But as you remember, at the beginning, we implemented an API sync, and we did some HTTP calls to GitHub. So how does this work now with GitHub and with, well, mocking these kinds of HTTP requests inside of PHP unit? So let's just close all this. So what would happen if we go into a test case, controller, repositories controller, we copy our test view, copy paste it down here and say test sync. And we just call sync. So this just calls our sync method. What would happen here? Sorry? It will become okay, but it will take some time. Why does it take some time? Sorry? It's actually calling the API. So currently, this does all the syncing into your test database, which is quite expensive. And when you're scaling up and doing automated testing in CIs as well, you really don't want to do this, that you are actually calling external APIs inside of your test suite. So what do we have as possible alternatives to do these kinds of stuff? Well, here I'm going into mocking our repository service, but before we can do that, I will have to explain to you what dependency injection is. Quick question in here for all the live attendees. Who actually is using dependency injection right now in their app? 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. So I will try to explain dependency injection as simple as possible so that anyone who has no idea what this kind of weird injection thing, some may see it as medical or whatever thing is. So as we go back to our sync method inside of our controller, we manually created our repository sync object and we called the service sync method in here. This is, well, let's just say, not really how you should be doing these kinds of stuff, because manually creating these kinds of service classes and service objects is not recommended. Because instead, you should get them injected into your controller action by CakePHP. What do I mean by that? Well, you can say repository sync service as a parameter of your action, which usually you put in here just like strings or integers or something you add at the end of your URL structure. But this also is handled via dependency injection, so you can get objects injected into your controller class. So, well, okay, this currently doesn't work. So if we go back to repository sync and execute that, we will see an exception, and it says invalid parameter, the pass parameter or parameter type is invalid in repository sync. It doesn't actually know what is happening. Down here it says failed to inject dependencies from service container for parameter service with type. Well, okay, we did miss one very crucial thing, and this is the service. This is connected to the services method you have inside of your application PHP. So in here, we have the dependency injection container. Inside that container, you can add dependencies. And these dependencies are what is actually needed to connect CakePHP with your service classes and your controller actions. Without that, the service class doesn't work inside of your controller. But now, if we re-execute that, you can see we are loading, we are syncing, it works again. So all this really takes away from you is just you don't have to manually create objects. It sounds kind of stupid because, well, why shouldn't I just create objects myself instead of having this weird dance of like I have to specify it in the services and add it to my controller actions, arguments and whatever. But, as you may have already guessed, it has to do with testing. And testing is what we are going to do right now, because if we go back to our tests, test case, controller, repositories controller, we can now say, okay, before we are calling our sync action, we are saying mock service. We want to mock our repository sync service. And the second parameter is generator class, generator method, which is generator callable. And all you have to do in here is say this create mock from our repository sync. And the same as we did before with our table instance, we are now saying whenever the sync method is being called, don't do anything. So we're not even returning something here right now. This is just something like a void. Override the sync method with a void and don't do anything. This is basically all that is being said in here. And the last thing we have to do here is return our mock. So now, if we re-execute our tests, it was much faster because we didn't do our API syncs anymore. But what problem do we have now? Sorry? I didn't really test anything because what I did override is the whole implementation of my sync. I just overrode that whole class. All I did is really make sure that this method is called inside the controller action here. But I didn't test anything inside of my sync implementation. So that's not really what is being recommended or what we're trying to achieve here. So in the end, yeah, let's just keep it there, just so you know. I will commit this all to my public GitHub repository, so you can check that out later if you want. But what we actually are trying to do, and I'll just have to check my, this is our current state of our application. So we have our repositories controller, we have our repository service. Inside of it, we directly use the GitHub SDK package, and it does the GitHub API calls. So what we actually are trying to mock is what is being done here at this side. And this is where we are going to go into our HTTP client mocks, because if we go back to our implementation, we specified that we use our Cake client, the Cake HTTP client, which is provided, and it has some quite, I would say, nice mocking methods where you can say, if this request to this URL is being done, return this JSON, or return this data, or return whatever. So if we now go into our repositories controller, and we say public function test sync cake client mock. We will add something like this. First of all, we need to add a trait to our HTTP client trait. This is a cake test suite HTTP trait, which provides all the mocking methods we are trying to use here. By default, it is not inside CakePHP's testing class, which we have here, because, well, not all your tests will need these kinds of methods, so we don't want to bloat all your test classes with that. So with that out of the way, we can now say this mock client get. And now I have to explain how did I get to this URL, because this is a bit weird, a bit confusing, and yeah, let's just copy paste that over and explain what is happening here. So we're saying whenever this URL is called, return with a new response, which is code 200, content type application JSON, and this JSON file, which I will post in the CakeFest channel soon. This URL was quite hard for me to find out how to get to this URL, because currently we are just calling the GitHub PHP SDK, and it automatically does generate its URL to fetch the repositories from GitHub. So in the end, I'll just dug into the vendor directory and set a breakpoint at the instance where the URL is being called. But maybe this is something for the core team, for us, to add to the HTTP client implementation so that we have some kind of logging when certain requests are being done, with what URL, with what data, because currently there is no real good way of finding that out if you're using the CakePHP client as an PSR 17 or PSR 18 implementation for that. So you'll just have to trust me with this. But now let's go to these test JSON files. So as you can see here, we have a tests constant, which just points to our test directory. And I created here an API responses directory. Let me just copy and paste it from my working example so that it's easier. So in here, we have a test response for all repos. This is the JSON which is being returned by the GitHub SDK or by the GitHub REST API directly. You can also, if you want to, use Postman to do the same thing, because in here, if anyone doesn't know what Postman is? Okay. Basically, it's just a nice UI interface to do HTTP requests with certain headers and certain data. And all I do is here is say, fetch me API github.com with my authorization header, with my GitHub token, and the response which I get out from that is basically just this JSON, which you can see here. The same goes for one branch. This is just the JSON which is returned for one branch, and I narrowed it down to one repository JSON as well. So these are all just test data which you can use. So I'll just copy paste that into our CakeFest channel. All of this will be available in my GitHub repository as well, which I will post later, but just so for anyone who's live coding with me right now, so you have this data. And yeah, all we do here is we mock again our call to the repositories. We return only one repository, and we mock our one branch because, well, if we return one repository, we are also making at least one branch call to this repository. And if we now execute the tests again, this works fine as well. So now we have established that we can test our repository sync without having to connect to GitHub. If you don't believe me, well, I can disable my Wi-Fi, and I can say, well, ping google.com. It says unknown host. It doesn't know anything. I'm not connected to the internet. But if I re-execute my tests, everything works fine as well. And this is how, okay, I shouldn't be that loud. This is the beauty of the mocking HTTP client requests with how it is implemented in CakePHP, because you are actually at this layer in between. You're right here. You can do everything beyond what is connecting outside of CakePHP and mock everything you want if you know the URL and you know what data you want to return back. That's all you need. But the drawbacks are, of course, we can't easily test what happens if the GitHub SDK throws an exception, unless we want to find a specific response that does exactly what we want to test. And we also actually test the GitHub SDK library right now. Is this good? Is this bad? Do we want to test an implementation of a vendor library we require? Is this, it's up to debate. It's up to you. It's up to how you want to structure your tests and how you feel you want to include these kinds of deeper testing methodologies inside of your tests or not. But yeah, the thing with this implementation is now, well, we have another alternative as well. We can refactor again, And we can say, okay, we want to separate our sync logic from our API calls. Because currently, as we see in the above diagram, okay, I can't zoom in here. Currently, our GitHub SDK is inside of our repository service. But our repository service actually should only contain the logic which is necessary for the syncing entities with our application. So creating, deleting, updating all this data. But the API calls behind that should actually, and this is how I usually like to do it, inside of a separate repository client implementation. So we are simply just wrapping our GitHub SDK and trying to extract all this logic. Let me just commit that. Working, CakePHP, HTTP client, mocking. Let's just push that up. I'm not connected on the internet. Thank you. Yes. All right. So let's go back to our implementation and refactor for the third time. As you may see, I like refactoring. But I think it's very important to just try to get your application into a very clean state and very distinct state so that each part of your application has their own distinct purpose instead of having one big, giant, huge, messy blob which has interconnected methods and whatever. I just like to use it like this. So we are creating here now a repository client. Declare strict types. Again, just a simple class, repository client. And now we can move most of the stuff we have in our constructor into our client. We also don't need the table locator in here, so this will keep inside of our sync. This is just the client. So let's just call that, let's keep that as the repo sync, repo service. We'll need that. But now, well, which kind of methods did we actually use from the GitHub SDK? And the most simple thing to do that, in PHP Storm at least, is just command click on this. And we can see, okay, our repo service just calls the org method, and we just call it the branches method. Can, of course, just do search here as well. It's just however you like to do that. So now we need to create wrapper methods around these, well, GitHub SDK provided methods. So we say org and just say this repo service org. I'll just copy and paste the signature from this method down to here and down to here without the default params and without the types. And the same goes for our branches. Public function branches. This repo service branches, copy paste. Now you may be thinking, okay, Kevin, what the hell are you doing? Why are we wrapping these kinds of things inside of another class? This just feels stupid. This just feels tedious just to have another class. But You will understand in a little bit why this is necessary. So we have now established our client implementation and just wrapping our GitHub SDK methods we want to use inside of our repository sync. So now we have to use this client inside of our repository service. How do we do that? Well, we are using dependency injection again. But dependency injection inside of your service classes works a little bit different than inside of your controllers. Because here we just say repository client. I forgot the namespace. Yep. App services. And now repository client. Thank you. Repository client. So we add another property. If you're using PHP 8.0, 8.1, when did promoted properties get into? I think it was 8.0. Yeah, in the end. You can either do it like I do it here right now to manually create the property and assign the repository client to the repository client, but you can also just do it like this if you're using modern PHP. It was in 8.0. Thank you, PHP is done. All right. So this is just another property which is available inside of your class. So now, instead of having to call this repository service, which also shouldn't exist here anymore, we are now calling our client implementation. I didn't add the return tabs. Return, sure. I knew something was missing. Return that. Yeah, exactly. So all we have to do now is replace our repository service with our repository client, because, well, it just wraps this all around. And, well, if we try to execute that now, we will get another error. Well, too few arguments to function repository sync construct, 0 passed and exactly 1 expected. Well, dependency injection, again, is a little bit weird. And currently, we have to manually specify whenever we are adding classes into our container that we also need to add these arguments to these classes. And since our repository sync class now has an additional constructor parameter, we need to add that argument. So in here we have our repository client class. Well, this surely should just work, right? Nope. It says argument 1, repository client must be of type repository client, string given. Well, this is, again, also just stupid because, well, each argument inside of the container needs to be added as its own individual service inside of the container. So just like we did with the repository sync here, we also have to add the repository sync client as a self-containing service into the container. And now it's working. It's just, it's a bit weird. It's just like how dependency injection works here right now. There is an alternative, of course, where you can also use, and I'll just look up the documentation for that. Let's make it a bit bigger. Auto-wiring feature. The auto-wiring feature is pretty awesome because you don't have to meddle with this kind of stuff in your application. So instead of doing this, I can just add this to the services method and re-execute my sync method, and it still works. Why does this work? Well, the dependency injection container uses something called reflection to know what kind of dependencies your services and its sub-services, like here inside of our repository sync. This is our main service, and it has a sub-service, which is the repository client. And via reflection, the container already knows what kind of dependencies it needs to inject into your classes. It's cool to have it in there as an option. You don't have to enable it if you don't like it. Some people like to manually specify these kinds of dependency trees of your services inside of a class. I also used to do this at the very beginning of my applications, but the larger your application gets, the more tedious it becomes to just managing these kinds of dependencies inside your services method. So in the end, I'll just usually add this to my services, and I'm usually just fine because CakePHP just takes care of all these kinds of injection problems. So, what did we achieve now? Well, we are able to still execute our tests. Everything works fine just as before. But we have another way of mocking our responses now. And this is how you can do that. Let's go back into a repository sync. We say public function test sync custom client mock. And now this will be just the same as before. But now, instead of mocking our whole repository sync class, which we did at the very beginning, where we said, okay, this is just stupid because, well, we are mocking our whole implementation. Now we are just mocking our repository client. So what do we have to do in here right now? Well, the repository client needs to first be created as a mock, repository client class. And then we say, okay, what is actually being called inside of our repository sync again? If we go back to our methods, we have our org method again, and we have our branches method. This is everything that is being called. So if we go here, we can say, okay, expect that at least this method is being called once. The method is org with a parameter. With is like, if we go into here, org has multiple arguments which are present inside that method. And so with the with argument, you can specify what this organization argument will be in this kind of mocking. So we can say, okay, with CakePHP, because, well, our first parameter in this instance will be CakePHP, because it's the organization we want to fetch the repositories from. And it will return our JSON. What kind of JSON? Well, we are using our one repository JSON as we already used before. So let me just add a repo JSON variable at the top. And I'm just saying, okay, return that repo JSON when this method is being called on our client implementation. And the same goes for our branches. So here we have just one branch. And whenever our branches method is being called, and with the CakePHP first argument, and if we go into the definition as well, the second argument is the repository name, and our repository name inside of our API response one repository is localized. So we can say localized. If that is being called, return our branches JSON. All right. And this doesn't work because method org may not return value of type string. Its declared return type is array. Okay. Yes, because I forgot something. File get contents, of course, returns just false or string, but what is actually being returned inside of our methods is an array, and this array is already being processed usually by the GitHub SDK, but this processing is now not being done because we're not testing the GitHub SDK anymore. We're just testing our sync implementation and mocking the whole client implementation. So we have to do JSON decode manually with true as a second parameter for both of these responses. And this still doesn't work because okay. This still doesn't work well. Okay, now we get into live debugging. Disable error handler middleware. This is, I will show you this later again in another slide. Disable error handler middleware is very helpful inside of your tests if you want to debug your tests, because now you can see the whole stack trace of what is being happening inside of your application. And as you can see, argument run repository client must be of type repository client nar given. Okay. Let me revert that. This also doesn't work. Huh? Repository client. I'm mocking the repository. Ah, okay. I know what happened. Well, it's very important to return the mock at the end of your method. Otherwise, the mock doesn't do anything. Okay, so this should work fine, yes, and it should also work fine with the automated reflection, yes. Thank you, I thought I was going crazy. So, what are the benefits of this approach here now? So let me go to the slides here. We have even more control over what is actually accessible in our app compared to what is accessible in the GitHub SDK, because, well, we only wrap the methods which are needed. If we go into our repository sync or repository client, the repo service in here has all kinds of stuff of other methods which are available through the GitHub SDK. But if you, for some reason or for developer experience reasons, only want to provide specific methods of this SDK, this is a very good way of how you can narrow down the public API of these kinds of services. Because if we go into here and just say this repository client, all we have are these two methods, not any of the other GitHub SDK methods. So you can very narrow down and specify what is exactly available inside of your application with this kind of setup of syncing your, or creating your syncs. The drawback, of course, as you have just saw before, is that you have to sometimes re-implement things which are already automatically done by the GitHub SDK, which in this case is the JSON decoding of the mocked response we are trying to do here. Previously, when we look at here, we specified that the returning content type is application JSON. And this automatically does inside the GitHub SDK, does the automatic conversion from string to JSON. So that's why we didn't have to do that in the first place here at the top via the HTTP client mocks. But yeah, again, here to be discussed is we actually don't test the GitHub SDK library. So do you want to test it or do you not want to test it? Usually, I don't want to test external libraries because, well, I trust that these kinds of versions I'm installing and these kinds of version strings they are adhering to semantic versioning are stable and are returning the same thing as I would expect it. So yeah, this is on you how you want to implement that. I personally like to do it this way, to have my own client implementation and to separate the API calls from the sync logic. That's all I wanted to say here because, yeah, we are mocking this error here right now. Everything else behind that is just not being tested. So, tips while debugging tests. As you've seen before, we can add the disable error handler middleware method call to get the real stack traces in your application. Otherwise, you just get a generic PHP unit failure message, and you don't really know what is being happened. Tips while debugging tests is also that you should get an IDE which helps you execute specific tests so you don't have to re-execute all tests over and over and over. Like I did it here, this just executes all methods inside or all tests inside of this file. But sometimes if you have like a very huge amount of tests inside of one class, as you can see here, PHP Storm does that here as well. I can just say run this test. It is not configured. Okay, I didn't configure the PHP unit for PHP Storm here, but I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to say here. I closed my terminal. Then tips for debugging is also you can generate the code coverage for your tests, and this is quite fun, I would say, because this abomination of command is, yeah, can be seen a little bit weird. I have Xdebug installed in my PHP installation because, well, I like Xdebug, and I like its features of step debugging as well as code coverage. So if we execute this here right now, we can see, okay, it reran the tests, but it also said generated code coverage report in HTML format. And this HTML format is now present inside of our webroot coverage folder. So if you go to our application and say coverage index HTML, we get this. And here you can see, let's just make it a little bit bigger. Inside of our controller, we have our repositories controller, and we have pretty much everything tested, but not everything. As you can see here, we just added an add test for when we are submitting an entity, and we are adding an entity, but we didn't add a test just via a get request to the add method, as well as we didn't add a test if the repository save method fails as well. So this is a pretty neat and pretty cool tool if you want to check how many tests you have already written and what kind of code coverage you have already achieved. But again, I wouldn't recommend targeting that 100% code coverage, because at some point, and usually that's around 80, 85, 90% is a point where you just really just trying to mock specific edge cases which happen very, very rarely. And so having just an overall code coverage of at least 60–70% is, I would say, good at the start, but still something which can be improved over the time. There are, of course, other methods of generating code coverage as well. It all depends on what kind of PHP extension you have installed inside of your application. What I usually like to do for these kinds of longer commands is add a composer script or a composer command to that. What I mean by that is at the root of your application, you have the composer JSON. And at the bottom of your composer JSON, or pretty much at the bottom of the composer JSON, you have the scripts area. And this can be extended to however many commands you want to have. So what I like to do is add coverage and just copy paste that command in there without the line ending. And all I have to do then now is just say composer coverage, and it does the command for me. So it's a pretty little neat thing how you can just simplify all kinds of regular tasks inside of your composer JSON, which I would definitely recommend for all these kinds of tasks you wanted to do. But yeah, again, do we have any open questions regarding the whole syncing implementation, how you can mock it with HTTP mocks, how you can mock it with a custom client implementation, and how you can extract that with dependency injection? Is there anything specific you wanted to know?
Which do you prefer?
I prefer dependency injection. I have, like, in my application, in my office, I have like a separate DNS service to just do a DNS get record call. Just so that all my DNS specific tasks can also be tested, because, well, I can't test what is, or I can't mock what is being returned from DNS get record from the PHP native method. This is not DNS get record. I can't mock this. This is not possible. So I have to write a wrapper around this kind of functionality and use my wrapper to fetch these kinds of data so that I can write tests for all my different use cases. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. That's why I like it, and that's why I prefer dependency injection, because the moment you are used to this kind of workflow, you are very flexible how you connect your different parts of your application together. And sure, it creates a whole lot of different classes for a whole lot of different functionality which is already present inside PHP or these libraries, but otherwise you aren't really able to mock these kinds of stuff inside your tests. So yeah, that's why I like dependency injection, which is available since CakePHP 4.2, I believe. So if you're not on 4.2, let me just check. Dependency injection, did we write that somewhere inside of a documentation? CakePHP. I think it was 4.2. Let me just quickly check. 4.2.0. Dependency, yes, experimental dependency injection feature. So you have to be at least on 4.2 to use this kind of dependency injection, but it is definitely the way forward, I would say, in the framework to use this kind of service abstraction, client abstraction, using the dependency injection to do that inside of testing. We already had a GitHub issue for requesting dependency injection inside of components, because, well, previously components were reusable parts in controllers. Well, the problem is we can't really connect these two parts together, the dependency injection and the components. So there is a little bit of a hacky way currently to get access to the container. So you can look that up, that GitHub issue, if you really need that. But in the end, I would definitely recommend using this kind of dependency injection to extract your controller logic into services instead of having either humongous controller actions or other ways of like, yeah, it's just the connection to the testing is just so nice with the dependency injection controller, the dependency injection container. It's just so straightforward. But yeah, let's check the GitHub, the CakeFest Slack. Good example here on the eye. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I use AutoWang exclusively now in Cake projects. It just happened and it just happens and works. Yes. All right. If there are no other questions, I have some additional topics which I would like to showcase. The first two are rather quickly, I would say, because as far as I can tell from the support chat and from discourse and basically all the other support areas we provide, I can see that not everyone is used to how CakePHP code style is working and how CakePHP has its own code style. So who in here actually uses the CakePHP code style besides, of course, Mark Story and Schneckel? One and a half. All right, okay. So let me just quickly explain what code style is and what the CakePHP code style is. We already went in here into the composer JSON and have our scripts. In here we have cscheck and csfix. It executes this weird command called phpcs and does something in the source and test folder. Well, as we established before, we can just call these kinds of scripts with cscheck. And we can see, let me just make it bigger, a whole bunch of errors. Well, what are these whole bunch of errors? Well, type repository kind is not used in this file. Okay, there is a use statement at the top of the application class, which isn't actually used in here. Other things like expected 0 lines between different annotations types found 1 in line 16. Yeah, it's just like minute details on where white spaces should be inside of your application, if the curly braces are in the next line or next to the function declaration, whatsoever. But most of these errors, as you can see here, are automatically fixable because there is an X next to it, and yeah, it says PHP CBF can fix the free marker sniffs or violations automatically. Well, all you have to do is execute csfix, and it automatically does all the things for you, but not everything. As you can see here, it fixed 13 errors, but there are still 3 remaining inside of our repository sync. Well, what are these problems? Sure, let's just re-execute cscheck, and we can see, okay, inside of our repository client, we didn't specify a doc block for our constructor. Thank you. Well, what do we do in here? Well, it's just initialize GitHub SDK client. And then if we re-execute, this error is gone. Same goes in here. Same goes in here. PHP Storm just automatically generates these kinds for me. If I just add this and then press enter, the rest is happening automatically. Maybe in your editor you also have some kind of plugin which does that for you. The problem here now is, of course, well, I need to add comments and parameter names and all that to these kinds of things. Well, the simplest way is to just copy-paste what is being present inside of the GitHub SDK, because, well, we are just overwriting and wrapping that just to make these kinds of automated tools happy. Missing parameter comment, line 29. Returns the result. Very telling. Yes, I know. This is just something that's it can be pretty tedious and can be pretty boring, I would say. But in the end, if you have this kind of tool to get your code style into one concise kind of style, you can get used to this style very quickly, and you can read your code much faster and get a hold of what is happening inside of your code as well. So in here, we are DI injecting the repository client. I usually like to call that at the top here, so everyone or new developers who have no idea where this object is being coming from or where this is being called, because, well, even if we look up the usage for the constructor, it says no usage is found in the project, because, well, we're not manually creating objects. We are letting the dependency injection container handle that. But so that everyone who doesn't know dependency injection, I'll just like to add that here at the top. This just says sync all repositories and its connected branches. And the same goes for here. The repository entity to fetch branches from, sync all branches for a given repository entity. And the last thing is the sync method inside of our controller. This is also DI injected. And yeah, we don't need to add anything anymore. And now we have a clean code style check for our application. So this is something which would also be required if you want to do some adjustments in the CakePHP core or in some plugins of CakePHP, because this kind of command is being executed every time a pull request is being done inside of our repositories. So if you look inside our 5.x, you can see here, yeah, we test 8.1, 8.2 with Postgres, MariaDB, MySQL, whatsoever. We also have a separate GitHub Actions talk, as I remember, at least today or tomorrow, don't know exactly. He will surely go into that in more detail. But in here, we can see, okay, there is a Psalm error, don't care about Psalm. PHP CS is clean here because we have no errors, but this is required to get something into CakePHP core or its plugins to adhere to these kinds of coding standards, because these kinds of coding standards are the same which are present inside of your application. This is the same rule set. Yeah, I would say this is the most important stuff about code style. One thing I like to adjust in the PHP CS is the line length, because by default, 120 characters in one line can be quite limiting, I would say. So in the end, I like to, don't know, do I have it here? No, I'll have to open my project, new window, inside the PHP CS. Yeah, exactly. I'll override or I'll extend the line length rule and say, okay, I'll just need 180 characters in one line, because I don't have such a small screen that I just use the half of my screen for all the code. And it's, yeah, if you need that, I would highly recommend adding this to your application however you need it. But still, for all the CakePHP applications, we don't have this adjustment in there. But yeah, that's code style. Questions about code style? something you're interested in? Or nothing really major? All right. Then let's go into the static analysis. Static analysis is necessary for all these kinds of things you have already seen here, so that PHP Storm knows which kinds of methods are currently present inside of this object, because it knows, well, repository sync is the type of this object. If it is just some minute object, it doesn't really know what kind of method it can provide. And by default, it's kind of weird or kind of funny. We add a stan command in the script, but if you look for PHP stan, there is just a recommendation suggestion in here, but no requirement. So to actually execute composer stan, you first have to install composer stan or composer PHP stan. So how do you install PHP stan? Well, PHP stan install. Google is our friend. It is a composer command. Who would have guessed? We'll add this to our dev dependencies. Right now, you also can use this tool called Pfeifer. We, in the core, have recently switched to this kind of var installation method, because then the dependency is not inside of your composer JSON anymore, but you just have to install the dependency once in your application and just use the pre-installed var, the PHP archive, just like a Java executable or something like that. It's just the one contained PHP archive with all the things you need for PHP stan. But now that we have PHP stan installed, we can say composer stan, and now it does static analysis for our application. And as it says here right now, well, okay, the first error is inside of our application PHP, line 119, and it says, call to undefined method containing interface delegate. Well, okay, first instance of what you can do to fix these kinds of problems. Ignore PHP stan next line. Yeah, we love ignoring errors. Why is this the case? Well, the container interface we get here from Cake doesn't actually implement or doesn't contain the delegate method, which is present inside of the container implementation we are using, which is the PSR leak container, as far as I know. So therefore, PHP stan doesn't know that there actually is a delegate method. It's just not inside of Cake, it's inside of leak. So yeah, you can also, of course, say the container is instance of a leak container, like so. At var container, it's a leak container, and now PHP stan still doesn't like it, because why doesn't it like it? I think, yeah, now he's happy. The type declaration needs to be at the front, not at the back. But yeah, this kind of thing is, I would say, should be your last kind of resort to fix these kinds of things, as well as ignoring these kinds of errors. Because usually the code and the implementation of how it is being done should aid the static analysis on finding these kinds of methods for your application. The error controller, for some reason, has some stun errors. Line 44, yes. Has parameter event with generic interface, but does not specify its types. Yes, event interface has a generic inside that is a template subject. Generics is a very complicated topic, and let's just add this to our PHP stun config. This is important as well. Inside here, you can specify what kind of PHP stun level you are trying to achieve. We can also just lower that to 6. Then we are maybe a little bit more fun. PHP stun levels are, run levels are here. So level 0 is the simplest one, which if you already have an application and you want to add static analysis to your application, I would always recommend starting at the lowest level, fix all the errors, increase by 1 level, fix all the errors, and go on and on as long as you're possible to do so. Usually, I would say level 6, level 7 is where the final end will be for your application, usually, because then stuff is getting very complicated very quickly. But yeah, there are also other options which you can specify in your PHP stun to do or to ignore certain errors. Now the only errors, the only errors we have are inside of our repository client. Line 24, yes, it doesn't know that the client API repo returns a repo because, well, the direct return parameter is abstract API. Well, let's just, what would be the proper, let's just ignore it. PHP stun ignore next line. And the same, wrong focus. Source services sync. Line 26. Yeah. And these kinds of errors for where it says property does not, property repositories table does not accept cake or m table is where a very nice little CakePHP plugin comes in. It's from CakeDC. It's the PHP stun extension. And all you really have to do is follow the instructions. I'll just go to the master branch because we're not on Cake 5 yet. In here, we'll require the package. We can also just, either you use the extension installer of PHP stun, so that these kinds of additional PHP stun configs are automatically added to your config, but you can also just manually include that inside of your PHP stun at the bottom or at the top, doesn't matter. And now if we do Composer stun, we still get errors because there are other errors inside of our repository sync. 70 variable touch labels in empty is always exists and is not falsy. Well, okay, this if is completely useless. PHP stun for the win. And the same, of course, in here as well. And these are the kinds of things that automatic code analysis tools are very good for because, well, in theory, the if was pretty logical. It says, okay, this should be here, this should not be empty, and then we do something like that. But the code analysis tool actually checks if there is a possibility that it couldn't be empty or it could be empty, and if your if condition is just useless because, well, as it says, it's not falsy and it always exists, well, empty will never return false. So, yeah, this is, I would say, the most part or the most important part about static analysis. This is also, again, part of the CakePHP core and plugin CI. So if you want to add something to that, you will also need to check that all of this is green as well. In the core, we also use PHP Psalm. This is an alternative static analysis tool, which has its own benefits and drawbacks and configuration. It's good to have a second analysis tool which catches specific errors which the other one doesn't care about. So we just use both. You can also just use both. It's just another Composer package to install. It just doesn't come pre-configured with the app template. It's just a suggestion inside of the IDE helper. So if we now then init our Psalm, config, we can see, okay, we are at level 3. We're just checking the source directory. We are ignoring the vendor directory. And this will result in more errors, I would guess, yes. Because, yeah, okay, unused for each, unused class, unused property type coercion, yeah. There are additional configs which can be adjusted here, like find unused baseline entries. Okay, find unused code. We don't care about unused code because, well, our Ajax view is here for a reason, so you can use it whenever you need it, but the fact that it's still here is just, yeah, that doesn't mean that you can remove it. But yeah, this is static analysis. And the final thing, and maybe the one thing that you're most curious about, is the upgrade tool showcase. So as already mentioned by Mark Story yesterday, we have a neat little tool called the upgrade tool. And it's here inside this repository. You can also just look up at the documentation inside the CakePHP cookbook. Inside the migration guides, we have an upgrade guide. So whenever you are trying to upgrade from CakePHP 4 to CakePHP 5, I would just recommend you following this guide. So let's just follow it here as well. Make sure that the config app.php is set to all, the error level, so that we get all errors, which is by default. It could just be that you have adjusted it in your application. Also make sure it is not overwritten inside of your app local PHP. Could override it in there. Make sure you're on PHP 8.1. So we are on 8.2, so everything is good. And now we need to use the upgrade tool. The upgrade tool only works on applications running on latest CakePHP 4.x, which we currently are, because 4.5 is not yet released as far as I know. But will soon be, I would say. And yeah, let's just follow the guide. Here it says we need to clone the CakePHP upgrade repo. I already have that here in my CakePHP organization repos upgrade. I am here. What did I adjust in the Composer JSON? Ah, that's okay. I already have that repository checked out, and I'm on the latest version. So I'll just Composer install nodev. I need my environment. So yeah, I'm also here on 8.2. Composer install nodev, or let's just remove the vendor directory and Composer log and just reinstall, so you can see the output of what you should be getting here. So these are all the dependencies we need for the upgrade tool. And then we can execute these commands. It's actually just 2 commands here. So we can execute bin cake upgrade rector with the CakePHP 5 rule set. And now we need the absolute path, or theoretically you can also use the relative path, but I usually like to use the absolute path to your application. So we go to our application, which we did. Let's go to the correct one, the live one. Yes, this is this one. Copy path, absolute path. This is the path. All right, and go. Hopefully it shouldn't error. Yes, very good. This is the output you want to have from the rector tool. So what did it change? It actually shows you what it changed in the output, which is pretty nice. So as you can see here, it changed the value field of our find list to a named argument, like we've also seen yesterday. Same here for this value field. It added array type property types to your entity classes, so you don't have to manually do that for yourself. Same goes for the frozen time and frozen date conversion to the new datetime and date classes from Chronos, because we got rid of all the frozen stuff in CakePHP 4, and now it's just date and datetime and time, as already said by Mark Story yesterday. The contain array config inside of your get calls is also now a named property, a named parameter. So not only in finders will you have the contain stuff as a named parameter, but also inside of your get methods. Yeah, it did the same here, and I would say that's all that needs to be done, at least here for the upgrade tool for the source. But there is also a second command where it is there with just the Chronos free rule set, because we have 2 different rule sets created for that. So if you have Chronos specific rules, you can also apply these with the other rule set to your application as well. We currently didn't use any of them, so there are no changes here as well, but it could be that your application uses something Chronos specific. So just make sure that you upgrade or you execute this command in your application. And then all you really need to do is upgrade your app and your Composer JSON to what is currently present inside of the CakePHP app template. So the main thing here now is update all these dependencies. I usually like to do that manually and not via some Composer require command, because, well, Composer can be quite funny with its errors and what it's trying to do. Yeah, I need the GitHub API and all of these. Exactly. So I usually just copy paste it over. You can also in your editor just see what actually happened with the versions, or what actually got removed, but it didn't get removed. It just moved one down. Yeah, exactly. So this is the first thing you need to do to update your app to CakePHP 5. Then when you adjusted your Composer JSON, just do a Composer update -v. This is to update all sub-dependencies. We get an error because GitHub API requires PSR HTTP message 1. Okay. Well, this is weird. CakePHP 5 requires the newer version of the PSR HTTP message interface. And it seems that at least this library, does it have a newer? No. PSR message, yeah. Well, this is a scenario where a library prevents you from upgrading to Cake 5 because, as we can see in CakePHP, we have a very nice conflict between this PSR HTTP message and this PSR HTTP message. So I personally would then create either an issue or a pull request for this library to at least suggest upgrading to the newer PSR standard because, well, 1.0 is fine and it's working fine as well, but this definitely needs to have a new major version for supporting newer frameworks and newer implementation of the PSR standard. So the only thing we can really do right now, even though it's quite bad, is just remove that dependency because we can't fix it. But if we solved all dependency problems, we can execute the composer update command, and it will show you all the dependencies which will now be updated in your application. What you also should do is check the bootstrap and basically the whole config folder inside of your CakePHP app. Sorry, exactly. That's in the 5.x version, the config bootstrap folder. Make sure that this version of the bootstrap file is the one you are also using. Like you can see, we added the global functions. As Mark Story also said yesterday, we got rid of all the global functions and made it opt-in. So whenever you have method calls like the H method, this is now namespaced, and you need to opt into the global functions to use it like it has been before. But everything else in here is basically or just the same. And if we now, okay, I used the other version, but it should still be fine. If we now go to bin cake server and look at the error, we can see component class request handler component could not be found. Sure. This is also our new error rendering debug rendering process, which is also quite nice, I would say, because you have a little bit more of an overview how the whole call stack is working in CakePHP. And as we can see, inside of our app controller, we are loading this request component, request handler component, which doesn't exist anymore. So we just have to remove that. And if we then now again reload, we can see, okay, the page is home. Yes, we also adjusted that, but if we go to repositories, it didn't adjust all entity and property types, as it seems. Weird. Okay. Yeah, this is just something you have to manually repository. I know what happened. I'm in the wrong application. So again, this just copy over the composer JSON So here, composer. I was in my previously prepared application for this workshop. I wasn't on the live version. So again, let's go into our app controller and remove that request handler component. And now yes, config app.php also needs to be adjusted because we have use function. You can also look at config app. Oh, we don't have that in here. Ah, yeah, because I didn't copy the bootstrap. Again, I was just in the wrong project. Yes. Yes. Finally. Packages. CakePHP 5. It works. So yeah, again, the upgrade tool is not the ultimate solution for your upgrading problems because it just takes away most of the pain you have to do manually of all the things we can automate in your application, but still there will be adjustments you will have to do in your application, and you have to look at the errors, you will have to understand what is written and described in the errors, and if you can't find out what the problem is, there is always our support forum, there is always our support Slack channel and Discord channel where you can ask these kinds of things when you're trying to upgrade or have problems in your application. So we can then guide you to what is actually what is actually the problem and what you actually need to do to get to Cake 5. But I hope all of this was helpful for you and you've learned a little bit of dependency injection, a little bit of API sync, and how we in the core at least do our coding and static analysis and code style stuff. So thank you for listening, thank you for watching, and do you have any questions? Yes?
Is there a tool like this for previous versions of CakePHP as well?
A what tool?
Like the upgrade tool.
The upgrade tool exists for each major version and each minor version.
Okay.
So you can use that upgrade tool. Let me just get to it so you can see. Here I am at the 4.x book, and if you go into the migration guides, there is also a migration guide for each sub version. And so the 4.0 upgrade guide also has this upgrade tool. You just have to check out the 4.x version and use the file rename and other rector rules to get up to date with that. But still, it's the same as you see here. It does most of the stuff, and it does a little bit of the upgrading for you, but still getting your app running will have some kind of debugging session for you to get that up and running again. Any more questions? Maybe in Slack, I'll just check Slack. Just don't use components. They're a mutant child of traits plus event listener plus middleware. You've heard it from AdMed. Don't use components. If you're already deep into components, I'm sorry. Yeah, move that out of the way. Again, thank you for listening, and thank you for being here in LA. Hi, AdMed. I would have loved to see you. He does exist, even though it's just this picture. I have no idea.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, so before, can you guys hear me? Is this working? Before we break for lunch, I do have a giveaway to do. And really quick, I forgot on yesterday, but Postmates has offered all of our attendees a code to use while you're here. You can use it for $25 off of your order. So if you would like to order on Postmates, it has to be, the only requirement is that it has to be a restaurant, so it has to be food, and you can use the code CakeFest23 to get the $25 off of your order. Okay, so before we break for lunch, I am going to do a giveaway. We have a giveaway for streaming, and we have a giveaway for our attendees here. So the only requirement here is that you need to be in this room. So one of you will be winning one of the elephants. I'm going to do our online, and I'm doing a random spinner to those who entered in the CakeFest chat. Okay, so the winner of the elephant, and I will ship it to you, is Alex Meyer. So congratulations, Alex. He's been a speaker with us in our virtual CakeFest, so congratulations. DM me, give me your address, we'll coordinate, and I'll get it shipped to you. So, okay, now let's, okay, maybe. Oh no. It just deleted my wheel spinner.
Come on.
No, that's the online. Here, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it back up. I can just throw the names in again.
Stall, stall, stall.
Okay. Okay, my random wheel spinner, the winner of the elephant, as long as they are here. Owen Markley, are you here? Congratulations, you've won the elephant. We're gonna have another elephant giveaway today and then a couple tomorrow as well. So, okay, we'll take a quick break for lunch. It's a little bit shorter than yesterday. Try to get back about 1:15, and that way our next speaker can go on at 1:30. See you guys. Okay, everybody, welcome back. I know we have a few probably still headed back in from lunch, but we'll get started. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're joining the stream now, I know it's getting late for some of our international attendees joining on the stream, so these will be posted on our YouTube channel. I think it lasts 24 hours, and then we will get the edited videos up there as soon as possible. For all of our attendees here, feel free to hang out after the event, do some networking. We can get together and plan, some activities as well. But today has been kind of a hybrid day. We were trying something new to kind of pack a lot of information into a 3-day event. So hopefully it's working well for you guys so far. We're going to transition into the talk portion of the event today. Our next speaker, our first keynote speaker of the event, he's got a long resume. He's built a lot of different projects. He's built some companies from scratch. He's rebuilt others. He's with us this year as a diamond sponsor, so thank you so much. But he's going to talk about his new adventure and then some of his old ones as well. So welcome, John Killcommons.
You guys hear me? Okay. I can definitely hear myself up here. How are you? I'm John Killcommons with ZuluCloud. I'm going to go through a couple things today. Basically, I'm going to see if I can actually make it through 60 minutes, because I'm a pretty good talker. If you guys have any questions or want to ask me how I do something, you can interrupt me at any time. And hopefully you guys find this interesting. I founded ZuluCloud back in 2015, and I ran into a problem. I've been in the healthcare space since 1992. Developing different types of software solutions for getting images online for doctors to read. We ran into an issue where we couldn't ingest enough data to process the images fast enough for the radiologist to read on old PACS systems or older technologies. So back a little bit earlier, before I founded ZuluCloud, I started doing microsegmentation of services and microservices. 2015, we officially started ZuluCloud, and the effort was basically to take a PACS system and allow a radiology group to read images anywhere in the country. So it's been pretty helpful. The company's main mission is to support as many people as we can help and service around the world and make it very easy and cost effective. One of the big things I had to make a decision about from 2012 to 2015 was deciding as an engineer how I'm going to actually attack this problem in a manner that's going to let me not only address my initial concern, but future concerns. So I realized very quickly I needed a medical framework around the product. And back when I first started, the cloud services weren't such a big thing. So we spent a lot of time on infrastructure. So we've created our own private cloud, which is based on Cephs and object orientation. And we microserved this through Kubernetes. So we've been doing some of the Kubernetes stuff recently, but we just started with basically VMs, and now we're starting to get into that part. I don't think I have to explain all the good reasons around Cake, other than the people I work with are amazing, and we've done some really cool projects. When we talk about the projects, obviously we had the reading platform, and I can demonstrate if you guys are that interested in it. But basically we have radiologists around the world, from Afghanistan to Hawaii to Singapore, reading for patients around the world. We're connected to about 95 hospitals or radiology groups around the country. And so far, I went back last night, and the number is actually closer to 3 billion medical records through the platform, all done on Cake's framework. So, and that just goes back to the ability to scale and offer the services out to the clients easily and effectively. We also developed a virtual triage, which has been kind of fun. Because of COVID, they needed a way to basically inpatient patients from their homes and then direct them to facilities around the country. So the patients can actually start their communication on an SMS text, and then it can escalate to an audio call or a video call before they even show up at the facilities. And then obviously we'd have patient wait times and stuff that we could feed back into the system to get the patients to where they need to go. And then Zulu Radar, we've done it for a couple different things for geofencing. So I do a decent amount of work with the military. So we've created boundaries around a medical unit. So as patients come in, we can start identifying them wirelessly. So if they have any type of cell phone or anything, we'll pick up the signal and then we'll start identifying them, and then we tag it into facial recognition as well. So we're getting into a decent amount of AI work now, which has been kind of interesting. You know, the big things for me when we started with it was I needed something that I could deploy easily. We can spin up a system probably within 10 minutes of a customer request, and they can start ingesting studies pretty quickly. But it needed to scale. So in our data centers, we have 5 petabytes in each data center, and they geo-replicate depending on what they need to do. You know, if the customer's an active, we'll work with them on that. And we have a full suite of tools and IP space to allow us to do that. With ZuluCloud, basically what I'm starting to do now is I'm taking what I've done with ZuluCare and I'm basically commercializing it a little bit. And I'm actually coming back to developers to say, how can I create an environment that allows you to deploy your infrastructure within the standard frameworks? Because one of the things that I run into a decent amount, and I'm sure some of you guys do, is providers like AWS and Azure, while they're fantastic, they're very complicated, very costly. So I can stand up a petabyte of data for about $250,000. So if you do the investment and you have that much data to ingest, you can actually do a very cost-effective cloud service. And then we're developing a UI and API as we're speaking that allows you guys just to spin up, put your bill of materials in GitHub or GitLab, and it'll actually deploy the microservices through Kubernetes. So we're using Talos as our platform, so it'll be immutable. It'll scale horizontally and vertically depending on which you want to go. And you can actually move the services between Amazon or Azure back into our data center to Google Play or whoever you want. So we're just trying to open it up because one of the things that I like about ZuluCare is, since it's all API driven and the way we've developed it, is I can offer my services out to other developers to actually ingest data and run their applications on top of it. And as I was doing that, I realized I could do that for more than just my enclave of users. You know, and I guess this is somewhat fun, but I don't know if this is going to go through. We're going to find out.
Welcome to Rat Assistant.
So what we've done here is we're taking some of the AI and we're actually identifying body parts based on open source tools for image recognition, and we're cataloging the images. So it'll go through and it'll identify like the letter marker if they have EKG in the body, but then it actually does all the back-end work. So that's some of the places that we're starting to get into now with ZuluCare. And again, the big piece that we want to do with this is keeping it an open framework because we do want to publish this so it can go outside of my group of developers. And it does all the calculations within the body. And this just gets back to some of the focus that we're starting to do on the cloud platform is to allow developers to come in and do that, to actually integrate. You know, it's a minimalist approach. I like to start small and scale into things, just like I did with ZuluCare. So we're taking very simple approaches to let people spin up instances, you know, access storage, create an S3 interface, stuff, and then part of the stuff that we've learned with ZuluCare is the ability to do your own security reviews. So it'll let you tag in, you know, if you want to use, you know, SonarQube or something else to actually review your code before you go to publish, you'll be able to do that. again, right now we currently do automatically scale horizontally and vertically. And since we have to interoperate not only with the government cloud, but the public clouds, we've kind of organized most of that automation already. There's a couple pieces in there that are a little sticky. But the goal with the cloud that we're building now is just to make it affordable and price models that fit into the group of users we're extending to. And I'm looking just to extend it to developers. So I'm not looking to go into like become a cloud service provider for managed services or anything like that, just for developers. And then obviously the environments are all designed for what the US requires for FedRAMP, HIPAA compliant, high tech. And we have all the certifications around those. Dude, I'm fast. I don't think we have an hour of discussion unless you guys have questions. Okay. I don't see, is there any, yes?
What's the size of your team, your development team, working on this project?
I don't know, how big are we? It depends. We scale. Yeah, so it depends. I think the most I think is like 8, 9. Yeah, it's been about 8 or 9. So it's been good. Yeah.
You said you had about 3 billion records or so in your You said that you had about 3 billion records or so. I wanted to know in your testing, getting up to that kind of scale, did you test different databases, and which one did you ultimately settle with?
So we originally started on MySQL, and we transitioned over to Postgres. I was actually more concerned about the storage capabilities than I was about database capacity. And then we added Mongo. That was a big improvement in speed. We transitioned, it was probably about 100,000, 200,000. It was early in the project when we made the transition. But we loaded up about a petabyte of data before I started to scale back. Some of the customers that weren't paying for storage, I scaled them back at that point because I realized that the platform could scale. I could containerize the data. I could secure it, secure encryption at rest. So we had all the components kind of checked off at that point. But about 100,000 medical records is about where we started to say we were having issues displaying the list. And then we truncated it a little bit on the viewer side so that the user doesn't see the whole list. We only build out what they can see in the screen, right? So we're building it live as they scroll through.
Thank you.
Yep.
What management tools and like other, I guess, things do you use for like managing the like Kubernetes and other parts of this?
We're mostly using, so Talos comes with a bunch of tools, but we're using a lot of Python and then Ansible for the build outs.
Okay.
And then we interface with a company, it's a WHCMS, which is the order management platform. So you can actually order services and then go out. The network's based on Juniper, so we're using a lot of Jonas and stuff like that, so it's easy for us to spin up. We've automated everything from the VPN, so the clients can actually build out their own VPNs on the network, which is the basic form, and then it goes out and tags the environment or the resource that they're associated with. So.
And then another one is like, I guess, did you have to do a bunch of things to like get like HIPAA certification or whatever things?
So HIPAA is more of a trust than it is someone coming in and verifying. But like your SOC 2, your high trust, we go through all that with the independent auditor. Yeah. But a lot of it just comes down to the design. Like if you start, one of the problems with older PAC systems and their monolithic approach is securing things. And one of the things I love about Cake is our ability to integrate with basically, a trusted identity provider. So I can either provide the identity or my customers can, and we just do the interface there. And we support some of the stuff you guys talk about in the data centers as well, like in terms of clients using YubiKeys for the VPNs and then passing on that authentication scheme. So we run like an LDAP server and AD server depending on the client. And basically it's just making it easier for people to stand up those environments. Because again, we have clients moving from Azure and AWS because of the complexity and costs that they didn't expect. And then they come over and like, we don't need Duo. I'm like, no, you can just plug into our environment and we'll do that. So it's pretty streamlined for the healthcare clients, and we're just basically expanding that to say we can take on other projects now. And the infrastructure we're in is, it's a type 3 data center in New York and Austin. And then we're tied to the top tier carriers. We basically have everything from the IP addresses all the way through. So if we do have clients that have certain requirements, like we have satellite Earth stations. So we actually have an Earth station down in Austin. So we're actually connected not to, it's Marisat. And we're doing about, I think, 50 megabits or something like that for satellite services. So. Cool. Again, a lot faster than I thought it would be, but that's good. Give some time back to you guys.
Okay. Other questions? Anybody? Okay. Thank you, John.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Rafael, it's okay. Queiroz.
Queiroz. Is that right? Queiroz. Okay, so while Rafael is preparing for his talk, we're going to do another giveaway. This time it's going to be in the form of trivia. So the first person who raises their hand here and gives me the correct answer will win. And then also in the CakeFest channel, if you're watching via stream, the first person who answers it in the chat will be our winner. Okay, so this trivia question was actually submitted by Other Corey, one of our core developers. It's technically, well, I guess it would be kind of CakePHP related just because of Kronos, but the trivia is, name 3 other Titans other than Kronos. If you can do that, raise your hand. And if you are watching from home and you know the answer, post in the CakeFest Slack channel and you will be our next winner. Anybody here know any Titans? Oh, repeat the question. Name 3 other Titans other than Kronos. Name 3 of the Titans. I think there's 12 of them. So you have a pretty good chance here. We just need 3 of them. Hey, if you could take it up with Corey. I need 3 of them to have a winner. Somebody's got to be Googling at this point, right? You asked developers at a conference a non-developer question, and now everybody is stumped. Okay, I will give you guys some time then. Anybody? Because I live in Tennessee, I may let you win with that one. Well, then we will keep going. I know we have developers coming in from all over the globe. There's hundreds of streamers watching from home from all different countries. We have the Netherlands, we have Brazil, we have Spain here, Germany, and we love being able to get together, and this is our first in-person event, and we are so happy to be back. But we're gonna get back into the talks now. Pull up my schedule, okay. So this speaker specifically has traveled to be with us today from Brazil. I do see him traveling a lot, so this is probably just like another stop on one of his adventures, but on his way, to his next destination. But he's been working with PHP for over 15 years. And I'm probably gonna say your name wrong again, but everybody welcome Rafael Queiroz.
And now? Wow. It's work now. Hello everyone, I'm Rafael. Today I will talk about GitHub Actions for beginners. From beginners too, because I was not supposed to be here. I had a co-worker which can't come. Okay, about me. I'm a CakePHP developer. I work for CakeDC, I guess, for years. And so, I'm from Brazil. About GitHub Actions, someone who worked with that, I guess everybody? Just Mark and Josh? Wow. Okay, GitHub Actions was released 5 years ago, I guess, and they said you will change the future of development, and look what is that. So this talk will be more live code. I don't have any slides. And so let's go. Let's check the GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions is for automate your workflow. Everything which works in, everything which happens in your repository, you can track and automate some process like pull requests, pushes, issues. About the cost. The cost for public repositories is free. They love open source, but if it's not if it's a private repositories, you will pay when you pass the 3,000 minutes, I guess. And so they have a runner for all platforms, like Linux, Windows, and macOS. First thing, we have a GitHub Actions. We can go here on repository. I forgot the repository of Josh from yesterday. And so we can go to Actions and create a new workflow. They use suggest a lot kind of workflows. But so I have one and I will display. Let me show for you. Basically, for working with GitHub Actions, you need to have a folder with .github in your repository. Also, you need to have in that folder workflows, and here you put your workflows. For this repository, we have 3 workflows, I guess. If I'm going here and show, we have a basic deploy, CI, and mixed issues and pull requests. Let's see how is our workflow. Our CI workflow has a name, CI. And so we have triggers for dispatch the workflow. The workflow dispatch, it's a nice trigger because we can run manually when you want. But so we can have triggers when on branches, on pull request branches. We can using like something like that, feature / for check what from these branches, this partner. And so on workflows, we will have the steps. But before steps, we need to have jobs, which we can give you a name, and we can choose a runner. About runner, like I said, the runner could be a OS, if we can come here and check the GitHub workflow runners. Okay, note that. Okay, let me check, maybe there. Okay, here you have a good documentation about that. Okay, run new jobs in different systems. Yeah, the GitHub Actions provide a host runners for Linux, Windows, and Mac. So we can use a version of Linux, so we can get the last, and Windows and Mac, etc. About the triggers, like I said, we have triggers for branches, for pull requests. Has an interesting trigger for scheduler. We can say, run this trigger, run this action every minute like a cron job. It's an interesting thing. If you think about the readmes in GitHub, if you have a channel on YouTube, you can use an action for update your README when you have a new video from YouTube. They have actions for that. Okay, but let's check the structure of the action. So we can define one or many runners for run. The structure of the workflow will be YAML file. So it's the syntax. I guess everybody's familiar with that. And so what I did that was not me, but so what Josh did, or the full workflow was did. They create a action, like a test suite, with a runner Ubuntu 22.04. And so we have a matrix of PHP version, which you will run, every time you will run this action, you call a version of 8.1, 8.2. And so let's see the steps. The steps, it's the real action. And so the syntax, it's about a repository on GitHub. If you check that, actions, check out v3, that's the action which load our project, our code of the project, download the project. If I come here and put that, we will see the code base of this action, which is from GitHub. Like I said, it's for load the project, download the project. And so, after that, we set up the PHP, and here we are interacting with the version. After we will compose stall, run the PHP unit. We have another action for code standards. But let's see in practice how works that. If I come for repository, which I told before, I can come here, I can see a CI, and I can run the workflow for any branch. Okay. Now we have the jobs. You can see the code standards, which you run action, the setup, the compose stall, the code sniper, which I've talked before, the PHP stun, and the post actions. And the test suite for each version, 8.1, 8.2. Okay, here's something which we can do. We can set up the action like matrix for room for many environments. I guess we have the setup PHP action, which I can check here. Let's check matrix, and let's change. Okay, I can do that. Okay. Any questions until now? Okay, right. Let me see. Let me change that. Okay. Now when I come here, in actions, doesn't work the action, but so let me go there. CI and workflow. Okay. Well, now you can see we have a test suite for main Ubuntu's, Windows, macOS. But that's the same thing. We will do the same thing, but so we're testing many operating systems, which is good because we want that software running Windows and macOS. And let's see if fail or not. Okay. About why not the action doesn't run when I push the branch, because I don't specify the branch. If I added that, when I push, we'll do that. Or maybe when I do a pull request, like that, let's do that. Okay, feature tests. Now I will. Okay, let me do some tests here. I guess we have a user controller. And so I can do a test for user controller tests. Let's do that. can do that. Enable. Oh no, I will fail. Okay. Contains while. And let's see. Yeah, it's main session. Okay, let's push that. Okay, the job worked for which we did before, and let's see the pull request. We should push it. Okay, we have a new pull request and the action. Oh, the action doesn't work, I guess, or worked. Let me see the pull request. Oh, I need to create that pull request. Basically, deploy. No, it's not George. It's mine. Yeah, that's it. Okay, when I create the pull request now, let's see if the action was run. Yeah, did you see the actions here? Now we have the tests for each request, which probably will fail because I did it for fail. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we can see now was failed because the token, the cookie type, the CSRF issue, which I can fix that, enable that. Let me push that. Have 11 checks. Let's see. Yeah, pass now. So, we can define a lot of actions like a migration, like clean cache if it was deployed for some environment, which I will show after. But basically, the basic use for CakePHP or projects on GitHub, it's most of the time for that. We define some steps, some actions, some jobs, which will test your application if it is good or not for the deploy. Let me see what we have any more. Okay, about deploy. The deploy, we can create a new workflow for deploy. And so, we can check the deploy workflow. They have instructions for how to do that. Here I will just simulate the pipeline. I don't do nothing. At the end, I just will say some message deployed by the user which did that. But so for deploy, we have something which you need to set up here on repository. You have environments. If you go to repository, settings, and environments, we can add a new environment, and then you call developer. At this point, we can say something like, recorded reviews. Okay, I will put myself. Okay. We can choose what the branch will be. The protected branches, it's an issue which we don't configure before. But so, let me select the main branch. Select that branch, master. Yeah, applied one branch. And so we can add the secrets. It's for more complex deploys, like we don't want to share the keys, but we don't see that now. And so, what the syntax? I will use in the environment, the developer needs build. I used to call that like a deployed developer will be in Ubuntu. And so, I can come here, basically deploy, and so let me run that. Yeah, now as building, and before the deploy, if I come here, okay, basically deploy, progress. Oh, let's run it. Let's wait. Expecting. I need authorization. Let me check something. But let's run it. Developer. Oh, I don't save it that. Okay, now we tried another deploy. Yeah, now I need to review and approve the deploy. Should you approve? And was approved and worked. If I see what the deploy did, the setup just send a message, which that's the point which you do something. So about the actions, back to actions, we can see the syntax, which sometimes we will see a repository uses checkout, like I told you, action checkout v3. But so we can run a command like PHP unit, vendor bin PHP unit, a basic command. If we need copy some file, you don't need get a action. We can do just CP, and that's it. But so the most common jobs, we have a marketplace of the GitHub. If you come here, GitHub marketplace, we will find a lot of things for actions for setup in PHP. Code Sniper, tester, composer, etc. Okay. The plan in beginners was show the GitHub the actions from CakePHP. Let's check something here. It's a bit complex, but let's try. Okay, that's the CakePHP project. And so we have on GitHub. Let's see the workflows. We have in the CI. Let's see what the CI do. Okay. We have triggers on the branches, on pull requests. We have a scheduler, the workflow dispatch, and we have the jobs, the test suite for Ubuntu. Yeah, the btype. Here he will do a test. He will run the test suite for SQLite and Postgres. And so let's see the services. It's a bit complex. That's the reason which I don't, I don't get that for sample. Yeah, but let's try on that. I guess I have a fork from that. Okay, maybe Rafael Queiroz. We haven't the guys here if you have an issue. Okay, I will update the branch. And so here we go. Let's see the CI. Oh, doesn't run yesterday. Let's see if you run today. I guess. What's the branch they said? I will try the master. Yeah. So while run that, I will show about the events which can be used on GitHub Actions. So events that you trigger. It's a lot of events. So like I said, when we have a new issue, we can trigger something. When we have a lot of things, labels in issue, comments on pull request comments, pull request reviews. It's a word. Well, I think it works now. Let's see what is did here. Yeah, 5. In this morning, I was trying to find some code which doesn't work in Windows, but looks like Windows is good now, works everything. Could be a good sample why you use the test suite for many platforms, many operation systems. Someone knows some code which not works in Windows? We can do it here and see fail, but I don't find. Yeah. Also, like Kevin told me, talking about, we have in the PHP code sniffer, which I can do something like that on repository. Okay, let me check after save. Okay, let me get that. And put here. I just a copy from there. Okay, I will do nothing, but I will keep this empty space just for check that. Well, we have problems in CakePHP CI. Yeah, that timing. But the test suite works. It's okay. Let's see our branch. Our pull requests. Yeah. Having the action. You can check. Oh yeah. The code standards and static analysis doesn't work. Yeah. Why not? Let's see why. Okay, miss document comment, like Kevin showed. We can go here, and so I have a Docker here. Let me check. Okay, I can run that HPCS here. Yeah, we have an error, which we can fix that. Yeah, but has one remind, which is that. My VS Code is not too smart than your PHP Storm, but it's much faster. I need velocity. Yeah. They also make more money if I wrote more. Yeah. Okay. Let's fix that. Options and return void. Okay, let's run. Yeah. Well, terrible thing. Maybe that. Event. Oh, entity interface, event interface. Maybe high object is that. Yeah. Impan class name. Okay. So we need slash. Okay. That. Here we go. Was fixed. And also we can rerun the jobs here for only failed or all jobs, whatever you want. Let's see. I don't know if the PHP style will works. Let's see. Yeah, no works. Okay, let's see. Look, this knife. Again, doesn't work. Missing document. Oh, maybe that job was run on the same code before, but now let's see again. No. Okay, user tables now. PHP doc parameter for parameter entity with type. It's not subtype of native. Just wait.
You switched around the event and the entity. It's just, you have to switch the namespaces.
Oh, sorry, man.
You added the event interface to the entity and the entity interface to the event.
Oh, yeah. I got it. Oh, no. Okay, let's see. Let's fix that, the event. Yeah, I forgot to pray, yeah, for live code. Yeah, let's see local. Oh, yeah, it works. Here we go. Okay. Suede. Oh no. When he run the job, he currently use the code. It's okay. And so. Okay. Too long. Yeah.
Welcome. Hello, welcome. Have a seat anywhere. There's a lot of seats today.
Windows. So I will merge that anyway, like a boss. It's okay. Let's see. Pass it. So back to slides. We see everything: workflow, event, jobs, actions. It's a GitHub Actions in the middle of the two words, right? Developers and DevOps has very some complex things for DevOps, for deployer, which I'm not able foresee today. Any questions? Well, that's all. Thank you.
Besides that, yeah.
for sponsoring our event. We could not put this on without our sponsors, the community, so thank you guys all so much. Make sure if you are tweeting, you are using hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP, that way we can see it if you're taking some screen grabs. And just a reminder for tomorrow for those at home to make sure you have your cake ready, because as we always do, we are going to be doing our in-person cake cutting ceremony, but we would love for you to join us, so make sure you do that as well. I'm really intrigued by the work of our next speaker. I'm getting to know him pretty well, and I can't wait to hear what he has to talk about today. But he was part of a team that built a custom CakePHP application for the Rio de Janeiro Attorney General's office. So pretty serious stuff. But the efforts that they did kind of digitalized everything, and he's going to explain more about that now. So everybody welcome Celso Fontes.
Thank you. Your smartphone here. Do you guys prefer that? Do you guys prefer that way or that way? Ah, come on.
Black or black?
Yeah, yes. Do you guys prefer that way or the HDMI? It's giving a kind of problem here. Let's try. Let me try again. Detecting. I don't know what's happening. O cabo HDMI não está detectando bem, não. Ah, ok. Ah, ok. Falei. Tá vendo? Fica dando mau contato. Tá bom. Agora foi? Deixa eu fazer o seu. Identify 1, 2. No, let's try again. 1, 2. Deixa eu ver aqui se está repetindo a tela aqui. Duplicar esse vídeo.
Não está reconhecendo a foto.
É. So again, do you guys prefer that way or that way? It does. Dark mode. Okay, we are nerds. Hi everyone. My project is called More Than Soca and Samba.
PGE Digital, a successful CakePHP project in Rio de Janeiro's attorney. Let me introduce myself. My name is Celso Araújo Fontes. I was born in November 1985 in the city of Duque de Caxias in the state of Rio de Janeiro. I am a programmer since the age of 14. I have a master's degree in computer system. My first experience with CakePHP was in 2009 at Detran, Rio de Janeiro. Detran, it's the DMV of Rio de Janeiro, okay? And I am a government employee at PGRJ since 2011. And I also work as a teacher at an IT college from 2017 to 2019, okay? Let me drink. So, what is a Procuradoria Geral do Estado, PGRJ, stands for in Portuguese? Well, Procuradoria Geral do Estado is the State Attorney General Office. We are basically the lawyers of the state, okay? And our main responsibility is to defend the state in lawsuits. Internally, we are divided into legal divisions, kinds of departments, okay? For example, labor law, legal division, and health law, legal division. But we also have a special one responsible for collecting tax debts, okay? Background and motivations. Well, despite the digitalization of lawsuits by the Brazilian judiciary, as you can see in this picture, the cases binding to the suit, they were physical, yeah. And the tracking of cases were managed by a Node application made in Delphi 5. Very old. And there was no integration with the judiciary, no web server, not at all. And not only that, the management of petitions templates using Doc and DocX, they were done in directories, in folders on Windows Server. So that was our background some years ago. Well, try to find a way to solve these problems. PGRJ, they bought a software from a private company in 2010, okay? A software made also in Delphi. And without integration with the judiciary at the time, yeah. Although it has been, this software, it has been used in other general attorney's office, hundreds of modifications were made to adapt to the workflow of our attorney office. Unfortunately, it didn't meet all expectations. And eventually they implemented, removed it in 2016. In the same year, something very important happened, okay? In 2016, a resolution was issued by Rio de Janeiro's Chief Justice requiring that all new state tax execution, they need to be digital and processed through a web service called, in Portuguese, MNI, okay? I will talk about it soon. So we had only a few months to create a solution to comply to this resolution. And that was a perfect opportunity to use a wrapped development solution. What solution? CakePHP, of course. So, there it is. In Portuguese, execução fiscal, okay, tax execution. And at that time, of course, we used this resource, CakePHP 3.2, Bootstrap 3 for front end, SQL Server, because we already had the license, Windows Server. We used SOAP client because MNI it's a SOAP server. LDAP and PDF to create the documents. And at that time, it was a desktop application to sign docs, to the lawyers, to the attorney sign the docs, okay? So, what it is MNI? In Portuguese, it stands for Modelo Nacional de Interoperabilidade. In English, something like a National Interoperability Model. It's basically a SOAP schema, okay? A SOAP schema defined by our National Justice Council, okay, to standardize the data exchange with the judiciary. As a service, it has methods to, for example, file petitions, get lawsuits metadata and documents too, and receive summonses and subpoenas, okay? Well, so we used MNI and Cake to create that application, and we had a very good feedback from our users to that application, tax execution. So we came up with the idea, why not create a new system, but that time to all legal divisions, okay? So we created a functional prototype using Cake, of course, very fast, bake and all those things, using some functions of MNI. And we presented it to the Attorney General, to the Rio de Janeiro's Attorney General, and he approved it. So we promptly started the preparations, okay? 2017. Well, the beginning of 2018, our team at that time was considerably small. So we entered in a collaboration contract with University Foundation, Copetech, UFRJ, to help us, to assist us in the development. My team, we focused on lawsuits, lawsuits entities and MNI things, and they on cases, okay? And they also helped us to do the requirement gathering, and together we participated on monthly sprints. And at that time, I was appointed as the technical leader of the project and a contract monitor too. Well, together with another friend of mine and he was also a contract monitor too, Gabriel Souto, we created a document of development standards, okay? Because we have two teams. So it was a way to align the team's codes. Some examples that you can find in this document. All queries made only using CakePHP Query Builder, and templates using HTML helpers and other helpers. We created a Bootstrap helpers, lots of helpers, rather than raw HTML mixed with PHP. I don't like it. Well, in the end of 2018, we tried to deploy a version of PDE Digital in the smallest legal division of PGRJ. Unfortunately, the environment was not optimized enough, and it was necessary to implement it there. Yeah. And not only that, it was necessary to print all digital cases created there. It was very sad. But we didn't give up, of course, because we are Brazilians. In the following year, a second deployment was gradually initiated within another legal division responsible for state tax debts, that one of tax execution. This approach gradually, combined with now optimized environment, turned out to be a success, okay? Well, 2018, 2019. What happened after 2019? Yes, yes, very sad, very sad. So, with the advent of COVID, a resolution that time from PG itself was issued, establishing rules for home office, okay? And the necessity to adopt digital case became an urgent matter, which in turn accelerated the deployment of PD digital in all legal divisions. For the same reasons, I created also an AI, not in PHP, of course, in Python, capable of distributing cases according to the legal area. I'll talk about him soon, okay? And we were in the middle of the pandemic situation, not easy for anyone. So we divided the deployment strategy in basically 2 stages. First one, sending legal summonses and subpoenas via email to legal divisions that had not yet been implemented, use information from the old tracking system that made in Delphi, it's still alive at that time, and Levi. Levi is the AI system. And gradually implement 1 legal division per sprint, okay? Well, 2023, our current state, our legal divisions implemented almost 3,000 users, 9 tribunals fully integrated via MNI, almost 2 million of summons and subpoenas digitally received, almost 14 million of digital documents created. I think the most important one, 98% of reduction in paper use. 98%, okay? This is our general architecture. Our user, normally an attorney, a lawyer, using their browsers, accessing PG digital running, of course, on CakePHP, and CakePHP accessing data from SQL Server and Active Directory too, and through MNI, getting and receiving data from the main Brazilian tribunals, okay? Well, PD Digital, it's a very complex system. And the development of a complex system like PD Digital required a resource beyond MVC and ORM, of course. Cake was essential thanks to its range of extra features, okay? And not only that, those extra features, they are also extensible. So we were able to customize some of them to our needs, okay? The upcoming slides, we will spotlight some of these highlighted resources from Cake that we use on PG Digital, okay? Let me drink a little bit. So, the first one, commands. Well, commands have facilitated the quick creation of command line tools, of course, automating routines, or enabling utilities for the DevOps team, okay? At PGE, they are better known as robots. It's a nickname given by the lawyers. They think that they are robots, getting summonses, and they think it's the way that they try to understand, okay? Well, most of them, of the cake commands that we created, they are scheduled to run during midnight, okay? I created an extension to the default cake commands to avoid execution of the same command in parallel. Because, for example, it could be dangerous to try to get the same subpoena twice, something like that, okay? So it was necessary to us to create something like that. Some of them have parameters to allow the DevOps team to execute with custom values. And examples of PG digital commands are the summonses retriever, and we say the lawsuit metadata updater, okay? They are scheduled to run during midnight. Another one, CakePHP event system listener. Well, they are employed to ensure that certain operations take place either after or before others. The main ones in PG Digital are, the first, it's the name in Portuguese, I'll try to translate. Criar PA listener. Something like create case listener, okay? It's listen to the model comunicação, after save, of course. Comunicação could be a summon or subpoena, it doesn't matter. And create a new case if there isn't one already bound to the lawsuit, okay? Another one, another listener, it's the junta comunicação. It's not so easy to translate it, something like to link or binding notification at the case, okay? Also listen to communication after save and binding the lawsuit notification to already existed lawsuits. And that one, Gonzalez probably will kill me. I use it listening to validate the session. I need to modify that to use the middle. Please don't kill me. The first thing I will do when I arrive in Brazil, I will change that to a middleware. Thanks to your workshop of yesterday. So, another very important CakePHP resource, log. Yes. We worked with lawsuits. Lawsuits sometimes have some sensible information, okay? And not only that, we have those integrations running during midnight. And I think it's almost impossible to have lots of integrations without any kind of problem running during midnight. A network problem, whatever. And so we use a log to record the main steps that those commands they are doing during midnight. So we can search the day after. And we also use log to record some after saves and some after deletes. Not all entities, of course, but some of them, because some of them have sensible information, and we need to know who did what and when and where, okay? Our logs tables contains information such as scope, level, and message. The events includes the tables like class, method, parents, and LDAP user, and both contains timestamp, IP server, and remote address, okay? Another one, cache. Well, caching, CakePHP caching was viral. It was essential to PG Digital because we have some information with hundreds and millions of records, and we have lots of pages with lots of filters, lots of drop-downs to select, for example, a filter, a drop-down with all legal themes. They are almost 3,000, something like that. And others information that they don't change so much. So we use it cache to this. The main ones most commonly employed in PG Digital are find the list queries used to populate drop-downs. In tables, consider type of lawsuits, type of case, where records are modification rarely occur, and the users and legal division tables too. Okay. And believe it or not, using cache, the first time that we used cache, we get something like from 4 to 16 times faster some pages to load. Yes, unbelievable. Currently, we are using HCU, okay? But we have plans to migrate to Redis in the upcoming year, okay? Tree behavior. Yes. Like I said, on legal area, we have themes, subthemes, and so on. So we used the tree behavior to organize this thing in a hierarchical manner, okay? Because CakePHP tree behavior simplifies the handling of this data by providing methods specifically designed for working with a hierarchical data. We also use for chapters in documents templates, okay? And restricted functionalities. We have a custom one, okay? Another one of my favorites, pagination. Yes. CakePHP pagination is essential in PD Digital, where some pages feature numerous filters and large results with hundreds and sometimes millions of records, okay? Pagination provides a solution by dividing data into manageable sections, making navigation user-friendly, minimizing service strain, and integrating with filtering and sorting. Piece of cake, literally. I created an extension of CakePHP for paginator, as well form helper extension too, to enabling async pagination through the use of JavaScript fetch API. Something like CakePHP 1.3 long years ago. I think it's the last one. And of course, CakePHP REST and REST routing, because we use SOAP client, the native one, PHP, to access the tribunals using MNI. But we have other kinds of services to use. And the HTTP client of CakePHP offers a standardized and concise solution for making requests of this REST or RESTful web service. Some examples that we use on PG are a system called SEI. It's an administrative one in the Brazil. Price indexes and notification. It's a kind of ring bell that we created also in Cake to use on not only PG Digital, but there are others Cake applications there too. And in addition to consuming web services, PG Digital also provide web services to other applications using CakePHP, REST routing, and JSON field. Some examples are Levi, state text execution, another AI application called the Legal X-ray. Okay. Well, like I said before, during the COVID, it became necessary to create a tool that would enable the automated distribution of new lawsuits filed in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And so I created the Levi. In Portuguese, we say Levi, okay, the pronunciation. It's a machine learning, okay, to determine which specific legal division of PGE the new lawsuits should be sent to. So PD Digital uses this information from Levi to automatically create a new payment case without the need for human screening. It was a department of almost 10 people doing that manually. Now it's just Levi. And for some reasons, Levi is also the name of my son. I think it's just a coincidence, right? Filho, papai te ama. Before the conclusion, can I show the system running? Do I have time? Cool. It's using dark mode here too. So let me try to log out first. So the templates are very simple yet, using the basic of Bootstrap, because as you can see, it was a hard task because we had COVID, we had a lot of problems. So, and this is our login page, integrated with LDAP. Okay, so the first page could be translated in English something like inbox, like an email. Okay, let's suppose that I am an attorney, and he is my inbox, and I have one lawsuit in my inbox to do something, okay? Origens, source, can be, intimação is supina, okay? And this is the number of the case and the number of the lawsuit. It's a national one. It's a national number. Parties, the plaintiff and the defendant. Walmart, by the way. And if I click there, we have this screen, because we will loading that. It's a PDF, it's a big one. We have this kind of divided screen, because our attorney, they have 2 monitors. And so PG Digital has a thing like that. You can detach the screen and put in another monitor, okay? Or click and return to that. As you can see, we have 2 drop-downs here. The first one are the documents of the case, our internal dossier, okay? And the second one, it's the lawsuit, the tribunal, using MNI. Online, of course, online. It's going to there and getting the lawsuits documents page, okay? And in this screen page, the attorney can do lots of activities, like draft a document, or even draft a petition. And yes, we use using dark mode here not working very well. I need to remove that. Sorry, my eyes. Yeah. We use C-key editor to be our kind of what see what you get editor. And we have a resource called hashtags. So we have a lot of them. For example, the plaintiff hashtag. There is even an autocomplete. Author, it's equivalent to a plaintiff, okay? If I try to preview my document, something like that, the hashtag will be replaced by the plaintiff name. We have hundreds of. So, do you remember that they use it to use templates, Word templates on Windows folders? No, now we have this thing, administração modelos. We have hundreds, millions of templates where they can create a template of petition. Yes, it's a big one. And because in the public advocacy, the lawsuits are a little bit repetitive, okay? Hundreds or millions of people asking the same thing. You just need to change John for Mary, and it's the same thing. So it was a kind of a revolution for them, okay? And we have lots of tools like a deadline calculator to you can calculate your deadline for file a petition, and well, it's almost 200 of entities on our CakePHP application. Okay. Well, let's go to the conclusion. PDE Digital represents a milestone in Brazil public advocacy. Our project has paved the way for a modern, streamlined approach to digital litigation. We are proud to have used CakePHP to achieve success and hope to continue advancing the field of legal technology. CakePHP impact on improving PDE Digital's features is evident. It allows us to consistently boost performance and offer a feature-rich experience that perfectly aligns with the diverse needs of PGRJ. We are the land of soccer, samba, and now the land of CakePHP too. Thank you. Muito obrigado. This is our team.
In 2018, you said you had implementation problems. What were they, and were they the Red Hat MS SQL integration?
Sorry.
So your in 2018, you had the implementation problems?
No.
Optimization problems.
What type of optimization?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, basic things like indexes. I didn't even tried the cake cache system. Shame on me, of course. Believe it or not, at that time, we were still using Windows Server page. Don't kill me, please. and well, it was a lesson learned. Caching was a vital feature, and I think the combination of all of them, like index, caching, even async pagination, because I can show you, we have, oh man, my my pink touched it. I can show you. Can you see how many filters we have here? We have a lot of filters. Number of the lawsuit, the tribunal, plaintiff, defendant, the class of lawsuit, things that I even don't know how to translate to English. Some lots of, because lawyers they do a lot of queries, research, because it's very common in Brazil legal area. They lost a lawsuit and they tried again with another title, another. So we need to sometimes to do some research, and we have a lot of filters like that. And I created the fetch paginator, so it just changed the table, not the page itself. And it was a considerable upgrade too. Thank you for your question. Okay.
How many CakePHP developers do you have in your team?
Currently, yes, it's these people here. We have basically a kind of analysts, basically 4 or 5, okay? And but most of those people, they are interns. They are interns. So we trained them on basic of CakePHP and the basic of PHP 2. I have a YouTube channel with lots of PHP, in Portuguese, unfortunately, lots of PHP classes, from the basics to the all design patterns. It's and they entered, and we trained them to help us in our monthly sprints. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just remove.
Yeah, if you'll just mute it, don't turn it off. Just mute
Okay.
it. Okay. Yep, and you can just, yeah, thank you so much. Great.
Hello, thank you all for being here and attending my workshop. I'm going to talk about how to use InertiaJS to create an SPA with CakePHP and Vue. This is my first time I have to do a presentation in English, but I'm trying to try my best, and so you can understand what I say. Normally I don't use this laptop. It's very slow, sorry, and it's a Windows. Normally I work on Linux. Well, my name is Andrés Campanario. I'm from Barcelona, Spain. I have been developing in PHP for 25 years. I started in the university creating the first job offers portal in the university for the students. After a few years working in a few companies, big and small, I decided to work on my own, and I decided to use CakePHP and a base tool for my customers. I love programming with CakePHP since version 1.3. I also collaborate with an NGO in the Raval, that is a neighborhood in Barcelona, which focuses on promoting education, sports, and combating marginalization and exclusion of young immigrants. Currently, I'm working on CakeDC as a senior PHP developer. Summary. My presentation is divided in three parts that match with these three tracks in the project repository. The project repository is in the bottom right of the slides. Tag 1, how to create a single page application that sends values generated from back to front. Tag 2, how to send a request from front to back, and how to back response with the JSON data, avoiding the page rollout. Tag 3, how to generate the necessary templates to bake a complete CRUD system for a simple database model. In each slide, at the bottom left, you can see in which tag we are in case you want to consult the code. What is Inertia and how it works? Inertia allows you to create a single page, fully rendered client-side applications without the need to use a specific API for a data change. Inertia has no client-side routing. Inertia isn't a framework. It can be considered as a data change interface. This is a simple graph that summarizes the primary idea. To connect from and back, we use Inertia package to do requests such get or post through the layer provided by Inertia library that involves all data transmitted. Well, let's get started. Installing a basic CakePHP 4 or clone this repository from my GitHub account, and don't forget to choose the corresponding tag for see how develop. Install Vue and dependencies. In this example, we will use Vue version 2.6 and Node.js version 14. The first thing is to create a package JSON file in your project root. And the most important dependencies we will need are Inertia, Inertia Vue, Vue version 2.6, Portal Vue to render components, Vue Meta, Metadata Manager, Vue Loader, Loader for Webpack, and Laravel Mix. Also note the include of the Laravel Mix package that is used to compress, minify, and deploy our app to the webroot.js directory. Create Vue app. To create Vue app, first we create a Webpack Mix.js file that we will use to make the deployment of the application to webroot.js directory. Also, we create an app extractor inside the resources directory on the CakePHP. In the JS directory, we create a file app.js on root that only dispatch the component to render, and a components directory, and inside this, the components that we will create. The file app.js is very simple. The objective of this file, app.js, is to dispatch actions. The app renders a component with the same name of the action, controller, and pass variables values as properties to the view component. Only 3 points to be highlighted on this slide. Line 14, get the app element of the DOM in which our application we will render. Line 22, convert the content obtained from the DOM element, dataset, to JSON, and pass it as properties to the component. Line 23, import the component. In this case, the first component is dashboard.view. Dashboard.view. At this point, we create a dashboard function on pages controller, PHP, and set an array $page variables with 2 positions, other and text, and his values, hello world 1, hello world 2. Next, we create a dashboard.view that is our first component in the app. It's a simple view that prints values received. Also, add a specific config route for the first access to pages dashboard. Inertia response trait. Now we need to create an inertia response trait file. This trait is necessary to include on pages controller and the all controllers baked to replace the before render function and set the inertia view class that we will create in the next slide. Inertia view. The inertia view class is responsible for setting the page variable, which contain all shown variables and other things like an URL or component name to view now which component to load in the app.js. In this example, you can see that the response includes 3 values. Component, this is a text made of the name of the controller and the name of the action. URL as a base URL. And the property variable page that we set before with values in controller action, the value is other and text, and hello world 1 and hello world 2. Next, we need to create a helper. The helper to run a div tag in which we will place variables that our CakePHP will pass as properties to the component that view will generate. In this example, we put this helper on layout.php and replace directly this fetch content for this inertia make. But it could be used in many other ways, but as it is a helper in any view. Also, we need to add app.js in the head tag. But app.js is in the resource directory. Why is the file located in this webroot.js directory? Because we use Laravel mix with Webpack. When we execute on command line npm run dev, this script compile, minify all necessary files and deploy to webroot.js directory. That's all, folks. That's all, folks, for tag 1. Last, for tag 1, we need to execute this command line. In command line, npm run dev on the project root and clear the browse cache. We can see the values that were put on the dashboard page function. It's only for tag 1. It's very slow, this laptop. In this screenshot, only view that the variable page that has two values that are printed in inspector console with console log. Well, continue with the tag 2. Well, let's go with tag 2. Now, we use the inertia link tag provided by inertia library to create navigable links. Then we need to update dashboard.view, add another function who we are on pages controller, and update app.js to resolve component by name. Then we need to add also a middleware, an inertia middleware. This middleware is to evaluate the type of the call reserved in order to perform some actions. If it's an inertia call, we should to add detectors. These detectors are for example, to receive data or to decide which view to use. We create the inertia view, and now we create the InertiaJS view. Next, first, we need to update the inertia response rate and add to set the InertiaJS view in if the request is inertia. Then we create an InertiaJS view. That is a copy of inertia view that we create before, and update render function to return serialized data instead of normal data. That is the end of the tag 2. Let's go with tag 3.
Are you sharing the code?
Yes.
Because we only see this in the slide.
How?
Are you sharing the code with the screen?
No. No. Let's go with track 3. Then we need to update CakePHP with some things. Now we go to the principal objective of this workshop, that is to bake a CRUD and runs completely in the browser without reloading page. We will create a simple database with pages, categories, and tags. And we need to update the inertia response rate to add flash messages and CSRF token. In the view side, also need to update some things. Then we need to update package.json with new dependencies, multi-select, date picker, and view2 editor. Components that install it with npm install. And also create a layout .view as an horizontal menu in the resources components directory, and update the existing components dashboard and who we are. We need to create an extractor before baking. We will create an extractor for the controller and templates tweak files inside the templates directory of the CakePHP. You can see the base tree structure at vendor CakePHP bake. We replicate the following templates in our structure: controller, controller action templates, and those of this controller action views. Controller tweak and CRUD functions. In the controller tweak file, we need to add inertia response rate, so it is used in all baked controllers. Also, in elements controller, we will override the CRUD functions with this change. Check the schema to parse the data time if its data is time stamp fractionals columns using frozen date class. Set errors var variables on template and modify the association belongs to many to call find all instead of find list. Index tweaks controller function. Special attention to this index, this template, index.tweak controllers function. We need to generate URLs for pagination and pass directly to the template. This for the view component to create the pagination links with a simple loop containing the inertia link tag provided by the inertia library. Index tweak, computed, refer to the computed function. In our index.tweak, we'll do an index.view component in comparison with the original index.php generated, we will highlight it. All links are replaced to use inertia link tag provided by inertia library. On the headers table links, we need to apply our function change direction to sort elements and alternate direction on runtime. And we need to check column data type, but if it's a date, we need to apply moment format function. And we need, for the last, to add a CSRF token to the post link. Form tweak, properties. In the section properties of the object of view, as in the previous slide, in our form.tweak, we'll do an add.view and edit.view components. We will highlight add token, error, and flash properties, and generate one prop for each belongs to many relation. Then also include view components, view editor, date picker, and multi-select. Methods. In the section methods of the view template, on the data component function created for dash structure, we need to use associations belongs to many and the files variables. On the mount component function, we fill the form values. We fill the form values. If it's an edit action, we also fill belongs to many values in the form. For tweak, submit. This is the last for the component. The last thing to be highlighted is to submit the form. We use the action post of Inertia provided by Inertia View that this creates a request with the data from the form to an URL and adds a CSRF token inside it. The most important one, baking models and controllers. Let's go start baking. Baking model as normal, mean cake, bake model categories, model tag, model pages, controller the same, bake controller categories, tags, and pages. But when baking templates, before baking templates, we need to create a new command. This command extends the bake command template command. For example, I name it as a view template command. We only need to modify two things in this file. On getTemplatePath, we change the target templates directory to the resources directory. And in the bake function, we change the file extension saved to .view. Then bake as normal, but with this new command: view template categories, bake view template page, bake view template tags. This is the last, and okay. This is for tag 1. I see dashboard view and the values that set in the pages controller. And then npm dev. It's slow. It's generating, compiling, minify. Yeah, that's it. Yep. 89, 95, 99. Okay. Now we'll mix generate JS app.js and other two files for each component. Clear cache. I see dashboard, that is the home, and who we are. I change these values, hello world 3, hello world 4, for who we are, and home, hello world 1 and 2. And the page is avoiding to reload. Tag 3, it's anytime. It's very slow, is the problem. I need a new laptop. Nope. Nope. 10%, but 12. Seventeen, 18, 19. $95. Okay. In this case, there are a lot of files. In this example, it's not only use the first file, that is app.js. And not use the other files. But it's a simple CRUD, and don't use another libraries and other modules that are in view. And when I I go to with view, there is need to clear cache. And previous I make it pages, categories, and tags. For example, create a new tag. Tag for return the flash message in the same request, the component to render tag index, the props, properties, flash, the flash message, the links, and the tags. Or is returned from the add view. Category, new category, another post without reloading page, and we create a page. In this page, title, CakeFest description, select one category, select one date, today is 29, and tags, CakeFest tag, and tag for case. So a relation belongs to one and belongs to many. Saving the page, no reload the page, and if I view the new page created with two tags, CakeFest tag for CakeFest, and the category, CakeFest category, and can navigate. This is all. Thank you all for coming to CakeFest. Thank you so much for attending my workshop. I hope that you liked it and it will be useful to use someday in the future. If you have any question or visit Barcelona, feel free to email me at andrescampanario@gmail.com. And special thanks to CakeDC team for their support and help and this opportunity.
Was there any questions for Andres before he closes? Okay. Thank you all so much for coming. You're welcome to stick around, everybody who wants to hang out for a little while. And thank you again. We'll see you guys in the morning.
Do you have any kind of like